Hi, everybody.
Hello.
Welcome to the fifth round of the final leg of Women's Grand Prix in Nicosia, Cyprus. I'm joined by Grandmaster Pavel Tregubov. I'm Alik Gershon. Nice having you back. Pavel, another round, and today we have a very interesting, very important from the tournament standings a game. Maybe we can see the pairings now. So today we have the main game of the tournament is of the round is Katerina Lagno is playing Alexandra Goryachkina,
Maybe
or maybe even the tournament. Yes,
maybe even all of the whole Grand Prix series.
absolutely.
These two players are, in my opinion, are two main contenders for two tickets to the candidates, which will take place next year in April next year in Toronto.
Absolutely. So this will naturally be our main focus for today, but the other games are also extremely important for all the players. Dzagnidze is playing Bibisara Assaubayeva. Alexandra Kosteniuk is going to face Dinara Wagner. Olivia Kiolbasa is playing Dronavalli. Katerina Lagno against Alexandra Goryachkina, as we said. Polina Shuvalova is playing Bella Khotenashvili, and Gunaima Madzada is playing Tanzhongyi. What would you like to say about those pairings today, Pavel?
Well, we're looking forward to having another fighting day. Well, our forecast for yesterday was not fully fulfilled, let's say.
Well,
let's put it this way. But it was very tense and was, as usual, very exciting.
Yeah. And they owe us a few decisive games, though, right?
Right.
Well, although, I feel that they started with 6 games, then 4 games. Now they took some breather with, with 2 a bit more calm rounds, but still, we shall not. They were not cold. They were not peaceful,
no,
right?
Relatively quiet.
Yeah.
Rounds, let's say, yeah, but we're looking forward another exciting day.
And as we are approaching, well, we're not yet approaching the end of the tournament, but we are approaching the middle of the tournament, and as closer as we'll get to the end of the tournament, the nerves will start kicking. Those players, we have at least 3 players who are fighting for those, as you mentioned, two spots in the candidates. The nerves will start talking at some point.
And yes, and also all the players will be getting exhausted as well. Yes, because this freshness of first round will be gradually replaced by tiredness of accumulated energy expenses and then a lot of not a lot of but more mistakes are usually comes in toward the last days of the tournament.
Absolutely,
so
yes.
we will see more mistakes, and this is usually the usual how to say tendency.
That's it, exactly.
Yeah.
We can maybe see the current standings for a bit to understand what's going on. So we have 2 leaders. Is Katerina Lagno and Tanzhongyi are still leading the field with 3 points each, closely followed by a group of 4 players, which are Harika Dronavalli, Dinara Wagner, and Polina Shuvalova and Alexandra Goryachkina. So these games today between Goryachkina and Lagno will basically can cause some changes in the leading group. And then we have on 2 points we have Dzagnidze, and she is alone on 2 points, I think.
Yes.
And she's followed by Alexandra Kosteniuk, Gunaima Madzada, and Bella Khotenashvili. And on half a point we have Olivia Kiolbasa, who made 1 draw, and yesterday she lost. And Bibisara Assaubayeva is with 1 point. Speaking of fatigue, I saw an interview with Alexandra Kosteniuk yesterday, and she said that she has been basically many of the games so far have been over 4 hours, closer to 5 hours, and she said that she had 3 games in a row, with 5 hours each,
Yes.
and she's coming after a long tournament, a very energy expensive tournament. So some of the players are really counting the days until the rest day,
Until the
right?
rest day, yes.
And this will, of course, cause players to make more mistakes, and
Yeah.
so it will be a safe bet, I think, to bet for more decisive games.
Okay, let's see. On the other hand, some players will opt for more quiet and maybe more, let's say, safe opening choice, just to avoid many mistakes. Yes,
That's
so
also
we will see.
valid. Yes.
We will see.
Maybe we can jump and just take a brief look at the prizes standing, which the prizes here are quite big. And so in this tournament, as this is a Grand Prix series, we shall remind you that each tournament has a pool of prizes of its own. And in this tournament, we have all 12 players will win a prize. The first prize will be 15,000 euros, and it will go to the first place. The runner-up will win 12,000 euros, and the third place is going to get 10,000 euros. But also they win the Grand Prix points.
Right.
And the Grand Prix prize is we also have 80,000 euros
Accumulated
prizes for the Grand Prix standings. So there is a lot to fight for in the Grand Prix and in this tournament.
Right.
So it's time to jump into the games, perhaps.
Let's start with the games of the main game of the day.
The main game of the day, Alexandra Goryachkina. Katerina Lagno is playing white against Alexandra Goryachkina.
Mm-hmm.
And e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6, bishop b5, knight f6.
No surprise.
No surprise at all. Yeah. d3, bishop c5, knight b d2. So Rui Lopez,
Berlin defense.
The Berlin, and
played the most of game by Alexandra Goryachkina versus, well, let's say the opponents, the strong opponents, and knight d4 is played quite quickly.
This. Oh, by the way, I wanted to say that today we have a special guest. It's not an official guest, but we're having in a tournament Mrs. Edith Krishan Bilek. She's an 85-year-old international master. And Pavel, and chess, when I was young, somebody told me that chess is more addictive than even all the other addictive stuff, because chess you can never stop playing, you can never stop loving, and this is extremely true.
Yes. And as far now, she participated in a lot of chess Olympiad, as a member of Hungarian national team.
Yes.
Maybe 4 or 5.
Really?
Or
okay.
Yes. She was quite active and defended the colors of her nation in the Olympiad for quite a long time. Yeah, that's very nice to see the people who are still involved in chess and interested by chess at any age. And yeah, it's very, very nice to see her in this tournament.
And there have been many studies that prove that chess is very good for your mental health, and it fights Alzheimer and all kinds of dementia and all kinds of mental diseases, because basically it's a muscle which you train with chess. So
exactly.
So study chess, play chess, and enjoy. Yeah, guys. Okay, so let's go back to this this particular game. After knight d4, both players are playing pretty confidently. They seem to know what they're doing.
Mm-hmm.
d4. I'm not entirely familiar with this line, Pavel, but
neither me.
It looks.
To be honest, yeah. No, the
idea is to start
e5,
push e5 and
take more space and advantage on the center.
This is a theme that we see quite a lot in modern chess. I feel that maybe in the last decade, the approach towards material has changed quite a bit, I think, in modern chess, right?
Influenced by the modern computers, which sacrifice material quite a lot and feel very comfortable, and yeah, play very well position. I mean, with pawn down, for example, just in very positional style, and young players learn a lot of this approach and trying to following this new trend.
Yeah, I remember when I was growing up, so a positional sacrifice was something out of the ordinary, right? So
Yeah,
you would
right.
generally sacrifice for some concrete tactical justifications. Whereas now it's going more and more towards the more
What's going
positional.
on there,
But we have we have some
it looks
very
like the
interesting.
players are still on their preparation. They play
very
quite quickly.
C6 is played, which is which allows to the d takes e5, and this exchange just took place. This leads to quite an unorthodox pawn structure. And again, we can witness that in the third round, I think we have seen quite a few games which for the pawns took away from the center. It's just as we've been always thought that you should always take towards the center, and now we're seeing some trends which cause the pawns to take away from the center, which of course weakens the central squares, right? It gives up some pawn mass in the center, which allows your opponent some nice squares for her pieces. But in return for this, I would argue that black has a nice pair of bishops, which, well, not yet, maybe not very nice, but it has the potential to become quite strong because the center is opened.
Sure. Actually, the matter of
interesting. Castle.
Castle, yeah. The matter of precise calculation, yeah. Because if, for example, if we imagine that White's knight get to d5, then White would be obviously
yes, it would be
better.
an octopus knight, and
yeah. But maybe White is not in time for it. It's not easy to see how knight can get there.
And actually, I wanted to point out that here, instead of a castle, d6 might have run into some maybe unpleasant e5 move, using the fact that you cannot take on e5 with the queen, and if d takes e5, then we have knight e4, knight e6. Perhaps it might be quite unpleasant, although maybe it's just one check. I'm not sure.
But okay, at least.
But it is, as an idea, I think.
Yeah, to prevent black from castling, so it's already something.
Absolutely. Anyway, black sidestepped it quite quickly with the castle, and knight f3 is on the board, assuming that the idea is either to play e5 or bishop g5 with the tempo.
Okay, but black needs to finish her development, so d6.
d6, I think, is the most natural, right? But I was going to ask, okay, and d6, where do you place your queen after bishop g5? Maybe just queen g6, yes?
Queen g6, maybe.
And we're not afraid of this because e4 is hanging, and even bishop h3. Well, bishop h3 is not a move we are afraid of, right? Because there is bishop g3 or something. But yeah, but we drop e4, and the fewer pawns are in the center, the better the bishops will feel, right?
But I think, yeah, this is not the main White's idea to exchange these pawns.
Yes, I agree.
Because d6 is a weak pawn, is a lated pawn, and White would naturally try to make pressure on it, put some pressure.
How can we? Let's imagine. How can we put pressure? So we.
Yeah.
Ideally, we would like to place the bishop on g3, right? Queen on d3, rooks on d1 and e1, and then we have fantastic pressure. But I'm not sure we are in time to do that. because I'm just picturing something like bishop g5, queen g6, right? Would it attack in this? So
Okay, yes, maybe something like, yes, moving the queen would not be a big mistake.
yeah, but
Bishop f4 maybe now.
Bishop f4 you have,
something
which
like
is,
this.
and maybe we managed to do something to get something like what we want. Yes,
But black can also put some pressure on e4 pawn somehow. Rook e1, let's say. This is a very approximate. Yeah, d5 is very annoying indeed.
This might be interesting because if we take with the queen, then we win the material like this. Although there is some knight e5 probably, yes, here, which should be considered.
But d takes e4.
D takes e4, so it can become very sharp very quickly.
Oh, queen g3, yeah, queen g3.
And all of a sudden we force black to maybe sacrifice an exchange, which feels like not entirely enough, perhaps. But if, I just want to point out that first, Pavel, how a grandmaster approaches such a position. So first, you try to picture where you want your pieces to be placed, right? And then you picture the ideal setup and you try to make it work tactically, right? So
if it's not possible to do technically, then we'll find out the way to achieve this goal by some tactical tricks. Yeah,
absolutely. Okay, so
d6 is played and queen d3.
Queen d3 is played. So basically, we guessed the main idea, right? So the idea, the queen is probably it's the best place here for the queen. First of all, we have a tempo attacking the pawn, but this is just a means to get their positional plan, right? So and the queen prepares the square for the rook. It also covers e4, which is very important. It will save us
Let's stay on d file. Then I mean, doubling on d file is one of the obvious ideas for white. Putting pressure on d6 pawn.
Okay,
so bishop g4 is an option, but then knight d4, yeah, simply.
Bishop g4.
Maybe
knight
just
d4, maybe, yes.
That another idea of queen d3 is bishop e3. White would be happy to exchange a pair of bishops.
Yes, absolutely, because with one bishop less, you don't have a pair anymore, right? So,
but for example, after a6, yes,
which is just to illustrate.
That's very natural move. But bishop e3 or maybe bishop g5 first. I don't know if you need bishop g5 or bishop e3 immediately. Well, at least optically, it looks slightly better for white.
Absolutely, yeah, because of this pawn, right?
Because
of the pawn,
basically because of this
and
pawn.
We can picture this knight somehow makes this long travel somehow, right, to d5 eventually, and it will be a fantastic place because the knight can never be driven away by any pawn anymore, because, well, black has none. Okay, and Katerina looks very confident. She knows the position, obviously, right? She
of course, yes. She's not even looking on the board because she was doing it the whole night long for several hours. So
she cannot stare. She cannot see that position anymore, right? So
she's trying to distract her from this.
And you know, nowadays the amount of data and knowledge you have to remember as a chess player is immense.
This is horrible,
right?
This is horrible.
I mean, it's nowhere. I mean, back when I was used to play professionally, it was nowhere even near that amount of data that you need. And sometimes the best players, as you said yesterday, all they do in a game is just check if your opponent went over this line in the last couple of weeks, because you cannot simply remember all of that, right?
Yeah. This is one of the most popular approaches nowadays. Just that in the end of the day, it's just the draw. I mean, the forced draw, but you want to check your opponent knowledge on this, and Oh, because it's not easy.
And
to-
especially, if there are some, if you just mix the move order, then you suddenly, instead of a draw, you're lost. And
right. It's not always the same. It's not the only possible approach with white, but one of the most efficient, I would say.
yes,
Because instead of looking for advantage in very complicated line of Najdorf, let's say, and where you take some risk, that would be. I mean, many people would just try to surprise you in some sideline and check your knowledge. And if you didn't do your homework appropriately, then you will suffer. And
yeah. And now nowadays, after not having been studying for quite many years, and I feel sometimes when I play that it's really I'm so much behind in theory after
outdated,
especially against the younger generation. So it becomes very scary, sometimes uncomfortable. So I find myself deviating into some sidelines and just let's play chess.
Okay, it seems like at this point the home preparation is over for Alexandra Goryachkina.
Yes.
So now
she's on her own, but when we say the preparation is over, we don't necessarily mean she's not familiar with the position. She just doesn't know what's her next move. She obviously knows the basic plans, where to go, how to, which is very important. It helps you during the game to find the correct.
No, for example, she may know that this position is something like about equal, according to her notes, but now it's time to prove it, which is a bit different.
I remember, when you had this chess informant, and the line would end like plus equal, and we would be happy about it. Yes. Now it's not really satisfying anybody.
Because optically, black is slightly worse.
Yes,
because of this pawn, and this is our point.
Okay, maybe now it's a good time.
Let's see the game of another leader, the Tanjangi.
Tanjangi. She's playing
Gunnar Mamadzada with black pieces today.
And Gunai.
It's quite a rare line, and G3 is met by bishop b4.
Bishop b4, yes. Instead of the more common
d5 or c5.
d5 or c5 here, yes.
So no, bishop b4 is invitation to switch to Bogolubov style position, like bishop d2 and then c5 or a5 or queen e7, and after knight f3 it would often switch to Bogolubov. But knight d2 is something different.
It's a bit of a concession, but this is very interesting because she was surprised maybe by bishop b4, yes, because I wouldn't expect her to prepare something and then not know what to do after c5.
Yeah, but c5, what is I'm trying to get white's idea. So a3,
a3,
so she would be ready
take,
to,
or
yes,
probably you take because
else?
You don't play on d5, and then queen d2.
Queen d2, yes,
and
d5 probably, or
d5.
Yes.
And how is this endgame?
Maybe there is
or
no.
You don't go to.
I don't know. Maybe there are.
I feel that the endgame should be good for white.
Yes. Yes.
This is not. This should be very. Again, there will be some very serious issues with developing these pieces here for black. So endgame is not in the cards.
D takes e5. Okay, maybe knight e4.
Knight e4 is a move. Attacking
both. Queen d2, queen d4. There are a lot of options.
And
okay, maybe knight takes c5 and b4. Okay, optically looks good for white.
It should be okay. Yeah, it should be okay for white. But again, I'm pretty sure there are a few hundred games in this position as well. Yeah.
No, the move order is quite rare. Bishop b4 is a rare move after g3. It's very common after knight f3.
Right.
But after g3 is...
speaking about here.
Yeah. Yeah, this is something what we cannot see often, at least at the high-level games.
Interesting. Why? So what is?
But the difference is, for example, even after bishop d2. Okay, let's say queen e7,
yes.
bishop g2, and white is already threatening e4, compared to the line with knight f3 when e4 is not a threat.
So let's picture if the knight was here, right?
Yes.
And we just played g3 in last move, then this is not a threat.
Then
and
there are several options for black, but now with bishop g3, g2, e4 is an option. And for example, after knight c6, trying to switch to the classical Boголюбов after knight f3, e3 is an option, for example, and then knight can go to e2. So white has more more options here.
So this is a nice finesse in this line, but after c5, yeah, Gunay seems to be a bit. Actually, it looks like Tan spent quite some time on c5 here, because she did spend 10 minutes of her clock, and then obviously not on bishop b4. So we are safe to assume that it was on c5, I think.
Well, what is the white's alternative here? Knight f3 is the only, I mean, decent alternative, right? I cannot see any.
Apart from.
Okay, d5 is probably
d5
not
looks
possible,
like impossible yet.
So knight f3 or a3? I mean,
yeah. So we have these two moves, and she is choosing the setups which will lead to one of those after one of those games. Okay.
At knight f3 would switch to some
to those lines in
Bogo line, yeah. Not the main lines, but some sand lines, I think.
And maybe that's what she wanted to avoid in the first place. So there's a lot of maybe psychology going on here, or the choice of preference, let's say, like this. Okay, let's take a look at Nana Dzagnidze against Bibisara Assaubayeva. We have double fianchetto here, which went like knight f3, knight f6, c4. Yeah, so when you opt into openings like that, you basically want to deviate from all those sharp, long theoretical lines. But I'm getting the feeling last year that even here you have quite an extensive theory already.
Nowadays, yeah, it's been developing quite quickly. The last, I mean, let's say 10 years.
Yes. Well, so white is planning to build some very long. She's going for some very long term game, right? If she manages to play d4, I think she will. Although maybe not. Maybe she wants to even keep her options open.
Depending on what black is doing. Yeah, for example, after knight d7, maybe white would consider d4. But for example, if black opts for bishop f5, then I'm not sure. Maybe d3,
maybe d3 to play against this bishop.
Right.
Again, right. So. So this setup, although not fighting immediately for this for control in the center, it gives you a bit more flexibility, right? Yeah. To choose depending on the setup of your opponent. So it can be a bit. It can sometimes be very vicious to, although seemingly very calm. And a5 is a typical move here, right? So you want to sometimes you want to grab some hold on the queen side, but it can also prove to be a weakening move. I can imagine, right?
Yeah,
because
in
some lines, if we take c
yes.
takes d5, c takes d5, for instance. So let's say.
But maybe after knight d7,
especially after knight d7,
for example, take d4,
and here all of a sudden this is a very important weakness, right? It will prove to be unpleasant for black. So these moves, although they have their merits, they should be always checked for those long-term concessions they make
Mm-hmm.
in your position. Okay, we have something interesting going in Alexandra Kosteniuk's game. Let's see how it went. E4, C5, knight F3, knight C6, bishop B5, the anti-Sveshnikov, E6, B6, and H4.
Mm-hmm. No, okay, asking like what she is doing with this knight on e7, so and preventing both knight g6 and also playing against g6.
So this is the knight on E7, the only possible square if you don't want to go back to G8 is to G6, and H4 is basically, as you said, is asking the question, do you really want to go there, right?
Mhm.
And after D6, H5, and
D6, yes, D6. I don't know. I'm out of theory here, so I don't know what are the plans. But well, okay. Apparently, the Denora is going to play E5 now. This is my
it
guess.
looks
But
like,
then,
yeah.
yeah, but somehow I feel like D5 was a critical move. I'm not sure, but
Here, yes.
yes,
Um,
because Black needs to finish her development somehow. To develop bishop f8. What is the plan with this bishop? Now after, okay, let's say bishop, I don't know, the pawn is hanging on e4, so white should do something with this pawn.
or maybe not. What about something like this?
Ah,
Can we afford to do that? Because here we might
knight g5, yeah.
we might
Mhm.
feel quite well with it. And because these pawns after d takes e4, these pawns are not very happy.
Yeah, but maybe f5, I mean, maybe this is critical. But queen h5 then, yeah?
Queen h5 or even h5 you meet with h6 or something, yeah, of sorts. But queen
Yes.
h5, yes, queen
Queen
h5
h5.
and g6, then you just
Queen
go
queen
back
to,
and this is
the diagonal is, yeah. Mhm.
and this is a position we would love to play with white.
Okay, maybe, I don't know, but d6,
Interesting.
maybe d6 is fine, I don't know. Hard to say.
And already actually h5 has been played and e5 has been played,
And
yes,
D3
and d3
is already, yes.
is on the board.
Mhm.
So yeah, but this is now tricky, right? How do you
How to
take
develop
those
king
pieces?
side,
Because
yeah.
you don't have a g6.
You do have, but
You
what
do
else?
have, but
Well,
that's not the move you want
yeah,
to make.
first of
right?
all, I can take on g6, and even if I go somewhere, I don't know, what, some knight
You-
e2, then bishop g7, what then? Okay,
yeah,
knight c4, let's say.
you're not too happy to
knight
castle
c4 maybe
into this,
maybe
right?
can be met by d5. I'm not sure. Maybe some. Okay, knight c4.
But generally, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
What else? Would you like to castle then, or what?
Yeah, castle. It looks a bit scary.
Scary.
I
Yeah.
have to
Now I
say.
will take and.
You will take and then just.
But also I agree with you. Maybe even immediate capture. On G6
immediate capture
also,
is very problematic. How do you capture? So if you capture with the H,
maybe knight take.
Knight, but
Knight,
then
but okay.
are you really so happy here?
Not sure. Maybe G3 even.
Yeah, G3 is always good to have this pawn against the knight.
But bishop G4, it allows bishop G4 on the other hand. I don't know. Hard to say. But maybe this is no.
But
I'm not. Yeah, I'm not obliged to take immediately.
I feel that it's a bit
bishop G5 is another option. Here.
Yeah, I wanted to say, but playing G6 after the pawn landed on H5 is a bit it's a bit counterintuitive to do so. But
maybe Black should just play with knight on E7, just F5, something like this. Yeah?
You mean here something
yes,
like
maybe
that?
F5.
Yeah, because we do have to find a way, because even we can, or maybe bishop G4 can be sometimes an idea to play bishop G4 in queen D7. But okay, let's see the F5 that you suggested.
Okay, knight D2 anyway. I don't know if G3 is required or just to prevent B4 or not.
Maybe we can do it after F4, yes?
Maybe, hard to say. Well, somehow I like this position for white. But okay, it's always tricky because we can see advantages of the white position because black is a little bit stuck with her development. But on the other hand, this center is very strong, and pair of bishop is still there, so
Yeah.
it's tricky. If white doesn't manage to create something serious in the middle game, then I mean, endgame should not be that bad for black. So if she finds her way out with this development, but or even or maybe instead of f5, well, what about knight g8? Okay, I wasted 2 tempers. But white wasted 2 tempers to push the pawn on h5.
Yeah, but this is a typical push, right? You don't.
Or maybe start with h6 first. I don't know. Okay, knight g8. Knight g8. What white will
So
do?
you provoked h4, h5, and you played the.
Yes, but what?
Okay, let's see. This is
okay, maybe knight h4 then, yeah?
knight h4, f5. I was even thinking about. Well, bishop g5, you just go away with the queen, even, yeah.
Oh,
Because
bishop
bishop
e7,
e7, I thought h6 maybe.
Ah.
I'm not sure if it's so beneficial to me.
Hmm.
But I wanted, to get something like to ruin your. I'm not sure if it's any good.
Yeah, maybe it's too much.
It's too much. Yeah.
Giving up for the second bishop, maybe too much.
Okay, so just going.
No,
Just
but
develop the process.
Knight
h2.
h4 looks
Knight
interesting.
knight h4.
Knight
you said,
h4
yeah.
looks
Knight h4
interesting
good.
to me. Yeah.
That.
That
And we want to land here and start pressing.
now g6. Okay, but then black needs to answer some questions. Yeah, this is not obvious. All this stuff is not obvious. And then bishop e7. Maybe it's still nothing special.
Yeah, it's very unorthodox, this position. Well, bishop e7, maybe I'm not afraid. I will play g3, and so maybe it's time to bring some more pieces into the game. Knight d2, yeah.
Bishop e7, g3,
and how
knight
do you
f6.
develop? Knight f6, yeah. So now you are threatening to take, and I have a choice to either push h6 or open up the h file. Actually, bishop g4 is also a threat now, yeah?
Yes.
So let's say if we take, then
H takes.
and
then
then all of a sudden black is fine.
Wow, knight g8, interesting. That would be interesting to see.
Okay, we can maybe leave Dinara to solve those problems and take a look at Olivia Kiolbasa against Harika Dronavalli.
Let's see if Olivia will recover after painful loss yesterday.
Yes, it was very painful.
Yeah, so...
By the way, speaking of tomorrow, you wanted to check this endgame of Nana against the knight.
But I didn't have time. Okay, but I will do it during the pre-day, probably.
Okay.
It's very, very interesting, yeah.
Okay, so this is a Rui Lopez.
The
Arkhangelsk variation. And it is still theoretical.
Should be.
Yes. And Olivia is again, Olivia is taking her time, and like in the first two games, she seems to be out of book, whereas Harika is probably still in the book. And h6. Maybe h6 is a bit surprising. Maybe normally you castle here.
Mm.
But if you castle, the problem is if you castle, then you allow this
Yeah, you should always think about this
this
bishop.
piece sacrifice, right?
Yes.
And
And sometimes it
sometimes
works,
it-
sometimes it doesn't.
and
And
you-
who knows?
and I heard this interesting story about a chess player that tried to learn chess for 10 years, and he used to be extremely horrible at it. And then after 10 years, he comes and he says, well, chess is just like magic. Sometimes you win, sometimes you lose, and you can do absolutely nothing about it. So, actually, I remember playing this game once in a youth world championship in 1994, back 30 years ago. And it was actually, I scored quite an impressive win, although it came from an Italian game. But those lines, and I was very impressed with myself that I found this. It was my home preparation back then. Now it looks a bit funny, but anyway, this can be very unpleasant. For the spin for black is quite unpleasant, right? You cannot unpin, so the only way to hold your
Or maybe e takes d4, but then sometimes e5.
Right. So stuff, things can really fly around here.
Maybe e5.
And because this is,
And if d
as you
takes,
said,
then
who knows,
knight
right?
d2.
And we basically, white is going all in. If you don't win fast, then you adjust a piece down and game
Yeah,
over.
But if you
often-
manage
but
to
often
get
you-
use of this spin, then you're just winning.
Absolutely. So this is this explains why h6 is played, right? In those positions is so to prevent bishop g5. Okay, we will for sure revisit this game again.
And I think bishop e3 is the most natural way to proceed. I mean, e4 pawn should not be hanging, yeah? Well, at least it should not be that simple. For the or even d5. Or maybe d5.
Oh,
is even
d5 wins
stronger, yeah?
immediately, yes?
Maybe.
Because if the knight goes with take, and it's an X-ray
Knight is
winning the
hanging,
knight, and you don't have a... If you take on e3 in the meantime, or you don't even... Yeah, but the simplest is just to take on e3, and you win one of the knights. We have another pawn on h5 in Shuvalova against Khotenashvili. So this is the theme of today, I guess. Pawns on h5. We had a few rounds where the theme was pawns to go to g4, g2, g4, or g5, g7, g8, g7, g5, sorry. And today we seem to have switched to the h file, and this is a Grunfeld. And in Grunfeld you...
With this 3.
Oh, yeah, with this 3, yeah, and...
I used to play this stuff quite a lot with white.
With white.
That's quite a rare line, side line, I would call it.
So we got the isolated pawn structure, but white managed to push d5, which is quite important because it covers even more squares and more space in the center, and after these exchanges,
yeah, this is quite typical stuff. I think black should be okay.
in
Should be
h4.
okay.
So
But the rook d1 is, I mean, I think this position is still quite known. I used to play rook e1 here, I think. Okay, the point
putting
is
pressure on
yes, and trying to play bishop g5 in the next move. And the point is that if you capture twice on d3 and b3 and c3, then e7 is hanging always. So, for example, if knight takes, then rook d1 wins. If queen takes,
wins because e6 and just c4.
Yeah. Queen
And
f6.
do we have
Queen
this?
f6. Yeah. Oh, maybe bishop
not.
h. Maybe
this-
bishop h6
or h6
intermediate.
even.
Yeah, even before playing
c4, yes,
yeah, for
before
example.
c4.
Yeah, before c4.
And
Yeah,
we win
and
because
that
the rook is now protected.
And if queen takes d5, I think just queen takes d5, knight takes d5, and c4, and white is recapturing on E7 is
And
getting
the-
slightly better
The
because
knight has no good squares. Yes, it looks
yeah,
like.
something like this. So
And the
so
bishop will be extremely strong either here or even if we are managed to land on h6 because the king will be very weak.
So at the time when I was playing this stuff, it seemed to me that there was no reason to put the rook on d1. So e1 seemed to me a better square, but maybe something changed since. No idea.
Okay, so this is where this
But
is.
anyway, look at Polina's clock. So I mean,
she
and
has.
look at her. Look at herself. She's like looking around everywhere, but not on the board. So we can conclude that she is still. But still, even if she is still on her preparation, I cannot believe that this position is something special. Maybe White is slightly pushing.
But you
but
know,
not that
sometimes
much.
if you are happy with the position, you don't really care even if it's if the engine says it's 0
Yeah,
0
of
0,
course.
right?
If
If
you
you
know
feel
plans,
comfortable,
if
you know
you-
the plan,
yeah.
you feel comfortable playing it. So okay, so let the engine play. I don't play the engine, right? So hopefully. And it's time to remind you guys, yeah, that here we have quite severe anti-cheating measures being taken at the venue. The players are inspected every time they enter the rooms, and they are even advised not to bring her bags to the playing hall.
Required even, not
Oh,
only
they're even
advised,
required not to do that. So yeah, the main idea is that everybody really feels that they don't play against the engine.
No, FIDE is getting very serious nowadays with anti-cheating measures.
By the way, yeah, Pavel, I wanted to ask you. You are the secretary of the FIDE's Strategic Planning Commission, and maybe you can share with us what are you doing, what are the plans for the future, and is for instance is cheating one of the strategic goals that you are finding, or strategic threats for chess that you are addressing?
Yeah, but basically my commission's outmost task is just organizing and supervising high-level tournaments from the beginning to the end. I mean, I'm personally in charge of drafting regulations of the whole high-level tournaments, starting from these tournaments of the World Championship cycle, and ending up with the World Championship match, also team competitions and Rapid and Blitz championships, everything.
So
And
you're in charge of this
of
very
drafting
field
regulations,
of
yes. And then we have many people involved in organization of all these events. We have a special department, events department. And also myself and our chairman Emil Sadowski is entirely involved in supervising all this tournament. And
I must say, as an outsider, I say that the calendar is full in the last years.
Yes,
You have very real difficulty squeezing in sometimes an event, right?
yeah, because with new leadership, we added some important tournaments in the calendar. Grand Swiss tournament, and for women's cycle, it's this Grand Prix series.
Yes.
We got it back because there was some break. It used to be held 5 years ago, but then it stopped, and then
Which is extremely important, right? This Grand Prix.
But for women, this series is very important because men's calendar is overcharged nowadays with a lot of events, but women's calendar is not that much filled, and this is important for top players to have this series, because four tournaments in 2 years, it helps. It helps a lot. And also Grand Swiss, which I mentioned already, and the whole cycle was reconstructed, and now it's similar to the men's. Well, similar. It's exactly the same, actually. Candidate tournament and match.
Yes.
For the chess crown. Yeah. That was innovations brought by the new team, and now we'll have one more tournament well, brand new tournament, the Team Rapid Championship. The first edition will be held in Düsseldorf in August.
Oh,
Yeah, it's completely new because usually when we talk about FIDE team competitions, we talk about national teams. And
yes.
this one is completely different. So everybody can create his own team.
Oh,
Yeah,
really?
yeah. But there
And
are
what
only
are the
two
criteria?
conditions.
Okay.
There are only two conditions. So it will be played on 6 boards. Each match will be played on 6 boards. The 12th round played in 3 days. It's rapid classical. Rapid time limit. And every team should have a female player and amateur player. Amateur is
Ah,
defined as never reached to the 2000 rating.
oh, I cannot say for that. Okay.
Bad luck for you. Sorry for you.
Uh,
but it's gonna be fun. We have already some teams registered, and well, let's see.
Oh, this is an interesting format. So you can basically have many tournaments, many teams from the same country, even, or it's
they're not attached to any country.
any country. It's just a team,
No.
right?
It's like a clubs, but clubs you need to have a license or whatever. Now you are, completely free with your choice, so you're not touched. And
So to our viewers, if you're watching us and you know 5 more people who can qualify, then you can register. Yeah.
yeah, of
This
course,
is
of course,
fantastic.
you can register, and quite a generous prize fund is provided by our sponsor, which is WR Group, based in Düsseldorf.
So this event can become huge, right? So it can be.
Yeah.
I'm imagining it can
But,
be
okay,
hundreds or even thousands of players, or
Yes, well, theoretically, yes, but first edition is never, according to my experience, it's never as huge as that. But the second one, we can expect already a huge interest. But even in the first edition, we are hoping to have at least 30, 40 teams. So it's going to be...
it's tough
gonna
math
be-
for me, but it's very interesting.
So it's for chess fans, it's just a brand new competition. For FIDE staff, is a new challenge. So
We shall see.
that's
So
basically it.
in August in Düsseldorf, yes?
Yes, in the end of August. 25th.
Düsseldorf is the first city I went abroad to World Championship under 12 in back in, I will not say when.
Yeah, so if we talk about my commission, so some other new project has been put in practice. Well, for example, this ad package for biggest open tournament all around the world. So this is already the third. This has been the third season now. So the biggest open all over the world are getting some support from FIDE, financial support.
Which is extremely important, right? Because
For them, yeah, because we started this pandemic during the pandemic time when many opens struggling to survive, and with this support, they managed to keep their tournaments going. And even when pandemic was over, well, the interest from these opens remain, and we've got a lot of, requests from this open, and we decided to go on, and 200,000 euros are dedicated for this purpose this year.
this is very important.
It's growing,
Because
yes.
back in my time, opens were the backbone of chess world, basically, right? So you had very few closed round robin tournaments, invitationals, and everybody used to play in the opens. You would make norms. That was my only chance to meet the strong players, and so if they start struggling, and if you lose the open tournaments, it damages the ecosystem of the chess world, basically. So I think I really welcome this initiative.
That's it, but because big part of Grandmaster Society used to play in opponents, and they basically part of open tournaments and team competition. They don't have any other opportunity to earn their life. So for chess, from a big part of chess professional opens remain the important part of their
their
living,
income, yeah,
of
yeah.
their income.
Okay, so I hope you succeed in really in all your endeavors, because this is really important. Yeah.
Yeah, thanks.
Okay.
So what do we have now?
We have
h6 already played,
yeah.
bishop
Let's
f6.
Polina's game, and she still looks okay. But now she is thinking for the first time. But it seems like for the first time in the game.
Mhm.
So we shall say that this transfer of the knight after the pawn is so extensively protected, the knight has
Mhm.
no business doing on d6, right? So Bella did transfer the knight to d6, which is considered always to be the best blockader of the pawn. Well, you never blockade the pawn with the queen to begin with, right? Because the queen can so easily be driven away. But the knight is considered to be the best blockader because while blockading the pawn, it also does all kinds of other work. It's not limited by any way by the pawn.
Mhm.
And so the knight goes to d6. Actually, the drawback of the knight blockading the pawn is that you're really not targeting the pawn,
No,
right?
no, not at the moment. Yeah,
And I think it was first Petrosian approach. We used to think that, okay, you need to blockade the pawn, and Petrosian came and said, okay, but why not just attack the pawn and take it, right? So, so these are the two approaches, and h5 obviously is. This is always. I feel it's always nice to have thrown in this h4, h5, and h6 if you can, because now as black you will always have to keep an eye on the last rank and some checkmates on g7, and this not immediately available, of course, but in all those variations that you calculate, you will get there will be times that this will become relevant, right?
Right. The drawback can be that eventually in some endgame, this pawn will become weak.
Yeah, it can be just taken. Yeah, oftentimes you
with
end up in an
G5
endgame and just the king comes and picks up the pawn, and or in any other line. Yeah. Another problem that white has is this this pawn duo, which is not strong, not entirely, not very strong, to say the least, right? So it has to be addressed right now. My first intention was to play something like but I cannot make it work. I wanted to place maybe the knight on c5, but I'm not sure what it's doing there. It's maybe not
and maybe even black will not allow it.
Yeah, that's my second problem. And okay, but if not, how do you protect the pawn right here and right now?
Yeah, it's not easy.
You can. I wanted to say you can maybe sacrifice it, but then the b2 will also fall. So I'm not entirely sure.
Well, the idea which comes to my mind is bishop f4, taking d6 and knight f4, but it seems like white is not in time. Just okay, queen takes b3. Okay,
no,
yeah, sorry, the bishop is hanging. Yes, the bishop is hanging. So this is a move to consider.
And the point is that the pawn
bishop is hanging,
overburdened, and as we said, the mate. Although even without the mate, it would.
Yeah, and let's imagine black plays something like rook d8, but then maybe just capture and knight e4.
Yes,
knight e4.
And then d6 is in the cards, I think, even, no? Because maybe bishop f6. I feel that this is the second variation in a row that the bishop on f6 is not ideally placed.
So bishop f4 is a serious
move. But bishop f6 is pretty much maybe bishop h8 was the more
accurate move. Yeah.
But then we would allow bishop g5 probably. Yes.
Yeah, this is another story, and rook e1 and so on. Yeah.
you still want to move the rook.
Of course, yes. No, this is
Yeah,
right,
I
that's
agree.
right.
Especially with this formation, the rook has no business on d1. So
And then
it
one
will-
knight is gone because knight used to be on b6, so rook d1 was something natural, but now knight is on d6.
the rook really asks
Mhm.
for an open file or semi-open file. But but then I have this question for you: why play h6 and why even give black this idea of
Why not
the
bishop
option?
g5
Why not
immediately?
bishop g5 right away?
Good question. Good question.
Um,
But yeah, this is a good question.
I
not
do
sure I
not
have-
believe that she's in any way
No,
worried
F6
about.
is-
It's not worth the pawn,
No,
right?
bishop f4, then
Um,
white would always be happy to provoke
and
f6.
she has played bishop f4.
Bishop f4, of course.
Or
Yeah, bishop
has
f4.
she? Yeah.
Yes.
And so we are basically saying that is knight f5 a move here?
Yes, but then 94, I'm not sure about 94.
And knight d4. I would say the problem is that I cannot take on f6 because of, or maybe I can, but
You can, yeah.
my point was that this
Yeah.
would
Mhm.
win a piece, but you can just recapture. But I feel that maybe your advantage is gone here, no?
Yeah, probably. But anyway, I don't want to take on e6 immediately, at least. Okay, queen d3, let's say.
Queen d3, but now I can keep my bishop.
Yeah, but I'm not afraid of losing the pawn on b3. So I don't really care. For some reason, I don't know why, but I don't.
Well, first reason, I think it's not your pawn. So
Yeah, on bishop e3 then.
the most important, yeah, and then just this just winning.
Mhm.
Okay, so 94 is a bit too ambitious, but maybe we can try to grab this one. This might be a bit of different story. I'm too materialistic.
And maybe you're right, huh? Okay, black is pawn up.
That is true. But still, it's far from. I think it's far from clear,
No,
right?
Of course, white should have some.
Let's say okay,
some compensation.
Let's begin with
Bishop
go
h8. Let's
back,
say,
and I even feel like there might be some. Well, just as an illustration, it's probably not working. But for instance, we have all kinds of these ideas.
No, knight f6.
And knight f6 is coming now. Right, so that's what I wanted to illustrate, that because of the pawn on h6, you have all kinds of those ideas that with an inevitable mate. So
d6 should be
so it
treated seriously.
can be very explosive here, and maybe it even works like that. Well, of course, you don't take on d6 with the knight, right? So you will move somewhere here, but then maybe even g4 and knight f6. Is this? No, this is too much, right? Knight d6.
Maybe too much.
Yeah, okay.
Not okay. It looks very interesting.
You know what? Maybe. Oh, but again, this is too much. But maybe even something like some crazy idea to place the knight on d5. But this is 2 pawns. I feel it is.
No, still very unclear.
This is kind of ideas that if you lose, you say, okay, at least I played an interesting game, and if you win, you feel like Paul Morphy or something. But yeah, here I think I have all the chances to lose. What has been played? Rook d8 is played, so she does allow this to do. She does allow bishop takes d6. Right, that was your main plan, to take on d6. Maybe she wants to.
Yeah, maybe, and just queen e5.
Queen e5. But queen e5, d6.
D6.
What do you do?
No,
Not so pleasant. Not
somehow,
pleasant.
yeah. Somehow I cannot say I like black positions now.
And if the pawn lands on d7,
Mm-hmm.
I don't see how you can ever get rid of it. Maybe rook d7 yourself. But it feels so dangerous.
Rook d5.
Oh, guys,
Ah,
look
but
at this.
okay,
This is
queen-
beautiful.
Queen a6, knight c5, right?
And here you're playing to take with the knight or with the
knight,
queen?
with the knight. No, it's a
No,
queen
the queen
work,
doesn't work.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Queen.
So knight
Knight
takes and then
And queen
just
takes f6.
winning.
Queen takes f6.
Oh, and
maybe.
queen not taking the
No,
queen,
no,
right?
no,
And
no.
we take on f6, and again we show you. And you remember this dink motif with the pawn on d6. The king cannot run away. Although, of course, in Ding's game, the pawn was on d5. So rook d5, but you still...
No, maybe queen b2 is the only
Ah,
one.
there's queen b2. And on queen e6, what is going on?
Knight c5.
Knight c5. Wow, this is beautiful. Yes. So this wins. And queen b2 is still holding.
Rook a2.
Rook a2.
Check
This
on
is
b1.
nice tactics, but we have this check, I think.
Yes.
And
H-
rook a2
H6
shows both
H6 is
both the strength and the weakness on the pawn on h6. So the strength is if you take, then you lose to knight takes f6 and mate. But the weakness of the push is that, well, you can sometimes lose it.
Mm.
But we're not obliged to play rook a2. We can play rook d1.
Yeah.
And this is a very serious threat now.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not sure you can defend. Right?
Yeah, that's
A simple threat, but how do you defend? Because the last rank will be a huge issue, and this bishop is undermined afterwards.
yeah. This is not a very, I cannot see what white will do after simple capture on d6 and 94.
Wow. And it looks very forced actually.
Okay, rook takes is possible.
Rook takes, but what has
does it
changed?
change?
Yeah.
I don't know. Rook
Uh,
d7, yes,
r-
but still d6.
You
still
get this
d6.
extra tempo, maybe, yes.
Oh, maybe
So-
yeah. Rook d7, d6,
Rook
and maybe
and
bishop goes somewhere.
Rook d8 we don't have again because this is a threat, so the bishop has to run away. I feel that the bishop f6 is a bit misplaced.
Yeah.
Yeah?
I agree.
But of course, you can understand it after going through all those lines, and then
It was not very obvious. Like
absolutely,
it-
because it's such a natural place too for the bishop. Because it protects the pawn on e7 also.
But this
Oh.
line is bad, yeah, because of simple d takes e7 and then
In the end, you mean here, yes?
Rook takes and
in the
rook d6.
Rook d6
Knight
again.
F-
This
knight F6 is
motif that
coming,
we covered in the sixth rank, and knight f6 is coming, and it's a devastating blow.
But maybe bishop b2. But okay, at least I mean it looks very, very interesting for white. Maybe bishop b2
Maybe
should be played
actually, you
instead.
know what? Maybe it's not lost yet.
It's not lot. Uh-huh.
Because maybe we have
Queen e5, yes.
this
Mhm.
idea.
Rook a7 something.
Rook.
a7, but
Rook a7.
it's not over yet. Rook e8. Okay, at least white can exchange
Maybe
on
even
e5.
maybe we can even take.
Oh,
or
really? Rook d8?
Rook e7. Rook e8. Ah, yeah.
Queen takes
Let's
e5. Or rook
no,
takes,
I thought
rook takes
queen
e8.
e5, queen d, rook d8, but there is rook
Rook
e7.
d8, but still, yeah, still queen
Rook-
g7 mate.
Still
yeah,
made.
so-
Yeah, so you see, and all of this is possible just because of this pawn on h6.
Mhm.
Without it,
Yeah, yeah.
none of it would be possible. So, Okay, so it's very, very unpleasant for black, it looks like. But wait, Polina is taking her time to calculate all those lines, and she seems to be very calm and confident. I think she knows those ideas, having played so fast
But you know
before
what?
that.
Maybe black can go. Still, I'm not very much. I mean, I don't feel black is safe. But okay, rook takes, knight take, knight a4, and maybe simply bishop takes b2.
Yeah, I wanted to suggest it, but I wasn't sure, like
Queen
how.
takes.
And just to
And what
hold
about this position?
positionally, yeah.
But maybe rook b1 first, just
To ask where you go?
Yes, but anyway, I will go to f6. Yes.
You go to f6, so
Mhm.
yeah, take and take. This is
And maybe this position is not that clear because h6 is
so
it
this
can become
you're
a
claiming
weakness.
this is a weakness,
the
and this blocks your file, and you don't have good entrance points.
So
on
white
this as well,
should
yeah?
try to double on
We
over
will try,
c
yes.
file, and this is a matter of okay, but bishop g5 then. Maybe you're too quick, yeah.
And then yeah, if you take the second pawn,
Then it should be okay, yeah.
the problems are over.
So, well, at least black
Okay,
can
but
try this
maybe
option.
now we can let's think. Maybe we want to keep the rook somewhere else.
Rook
Like
a4,
rook a4, yes.
like rook a4.
So we have to take first,
Okay, let's imagine.
probably,
take
yes.
first
and go rook a4.
And okay, maybe b5, not allowing rook c4.
b5.
But it's weakening c6
we5,
square,
yeah,
right?
we
C6
have this
square.
entrance, so now we can always go back, maybe like that even. And
No,
now I
but
feel
that's true,
confident
yeah,
with my
that's true.
position.
Okay, white is better anyway. I think white is better.
And if not,
No.
then yeah, again, and you probably don't have just not in time to do all that you want. Yes.
Rook c4.
Rook c4, and here we can just maybe cover for a second. Well, with this
Annoying threat.
annoying threat.
Okay, no, white is doing great here.
Yeah.
So did Polina
Even
play
actually,
something
even maybe queen c3 is good here. Yes,
good enough, yeah.
Forcing exchange of rooks, and she did take on f6 on d6. Yes. Okay, so here we have a clear favorite. Let's go back to our leaders. We neglected them a little bit.
What is this?
Let's take a look. Not many moves have passed. So after queen d3, bishop g4 was played as we expected. Bishop g5, bishop f4, along the lines that we expected, but then f5 is played. Those f pawn moves are always quite a bit double-edged, right? So on the one hand, you do open your king. You weaken this diagonal next to your king, and then you weaken the 7th rank. But on the other hand, here it feels quite strong actually to me, because black's pieces are, well, without calculations, yes, just general thoughts, which you probably cannot afford here in this position, but it does make a lot of sense to open up this position when you have this bishop, the strong bishop on b6 and the rook on f8, and also the queen is well placed here to attack e4. So it does make a lot of sense, and let's see how it works. How it works tactically.
F takes, huh?
Knight h4, f takes e4, knight g6, and e takes d3. So we sacrificed an exchange. Alexandra sacrificed an exchange. But this pawn on d3, supported by the bishop on g4, is enormously strong. and the bishop is hanging. So
What-
just to show you that bishop e3 loses on the spot,
Mhm.
right? So we
Yes.
just take
Capture
or
and
don't take
D2.
doesn't really matter. And d2, this cannot be stopped. This is lost for white.
What about bishop takes d6?
Bishop takes d6. I want to say rook f2, but I'm not sure.
Well, probably this is a drawish line, huh?
So rook f2 is probably forcing a draw after this, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you move with, and then we liquidate into this absolutely drawn endgame. But if we want to play for a win with black, is it possible to go rook d8?
Okay, bishop goes back.
F4,
Yeah.
yes,
Bishop
and then
goes
you
back.
want to just play rook d1.
Rook d1,
yes?
rook d1, yeah.
And you're claiming that I cannot keep
That-
the pawn.
Why does just pawn up, yeah?
Just pawn up, and
Hmm.
because of that, much better it will be. Okay, so white, although the pawn does seem to be very, but this is basically bishop f. So Katerina is thinking. So bishop d6 would be a draw for basically, right?
Mm-hmm. But what else?
But what else? If we move the bishop, we have to do it along this
Bishop e2,
this
yeah.
diagonal. But then at least bishop e2.
And it seems like
Not
black is fine.
clear
Black is fine.
why white should be better here, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because she will be pawn down.
And d3 pawn is still there.
Yeah, the
so-
pawn will be probably recovered, but not entirely clear why this should be better than taking on d6. Unless we are missing something and there is more. I don't see more, to be honest.
Rook f6.
What about something like this and rook e2? Is it too much? We don't have a pawn for the exchange, right? So we are clear exchange down now.
Yeah. At the moment, yes.
But anyway, is this an idea? Because if I land on e2, you might be a bit paralyzed there.
Mm-hmm.
And we don't have rook e1 because takes and d2 is winning. This is a strange position.
Okay, maybe. I have a feeling that white should not be much worse here anyway. For some reason, I don't know. No, like h3, h3. I play
h3, yeah. h3
Bishop
and
e2,
I wanted to go
rook
to
d1.
e2. Rook d1 or d1?
D1,
Yes.
I think, yes. Capture, rook e2.
But wait, do I have to capture? I'm not sure I want to capture. Oh, do you know what? But maybe for this reason, maybe I want to keep the rook on the f file.
Mm-hmm.
So, for instance, you know what? Okay, now I have thought about it a little bit, and
Bishop
I want
e5.
and here I wanted to. And then you have this bishop d4, yes, which you
Maybe
will feel
bishop
good about.
d4. Yes, why not? Bishop d4.
Bishop
yes.
d4 is a good move.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, with the bishop off the board, I do have a feeling that you're not risking. Although I don't think that black can be worse here. With for instance, we play like this,
Rook d1.
and then I come and pick the deep pawn.
Rook d2, f3, king f2. And no, I think
Yeah,
okay.
maybe.
White is out of danger, yeah?
Yeah.
Rook
Agreed,
c1.
agreed, yes. And because this pawn is also
Mhm.
this is not real. So yeah, we might expect this to be drawish.
Yeah, after bishop d6, rook
Yes.
f2, and this is my prediction.
That it will be liquidated into this
Mm-hmm.
opposite colors ending, bishop endings. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So let's take a look. But this is a very, very sharp and interesting idea. Maybe white didn't have to go into this.
But what to do then?
I was
Because
thinking
easy-
e5 maybe, no? Or
Yeah,
if
e5
it's-
doesn't look very ambitious. Okay, just bishop
You
takes
just
n3 because
liquidate
black,
everything, yeah.
black gets rid of this isolated pawn,
as
and
you said, yeah. So there is no weakness
maybe even
anymore,
queen c6.
and we're claiming.
Yeah,
white-
maybe white is still, because bishop on e5, at least optically, is well placed, like queen g3 or queen g3.
Well, maybe we can play more precisely.
Mm-hmm.
But there
Yeah,
are some
pawn is hanging, yes.
ideas, yeah.
Oh, like f4 maybe is an option.
And a draw will be a good result for
Yes.
Goryachkina, I think. Yeah, she
Mhm.
she will be very content with this.
Mm-hmm.
Because she has played both her main opponents already after this game.
Right.
So
And she should be satisfied with that.
yes. So her goal basically is
result.
not to lose, and she might, if the opportunity presents itself, she will try to win, of course, but she will not be entirely unhappy with the draw. Okay. Where do we go? Let's revisit
Mm-hmm.
Alexandra against Dinara.
That's
So-
what we predicted, more or less, yeah? Or h6 was g5 immediately,
She
h6 and
forced-
then g5, yes?
She played, yeah, so she played h6
And then g5.
g5,
Mm-hmm.
which is a decent option to solve this problem.
Yeah.
And now the knight goes to
The only problem for black now is a5 square, yeah?
f5. Well, this is also, yeah,
Mhm.
this might be a weakness.
Okay, king f1 is knight f5, knight f1 is
Knight
already
f1
played
is
or
already
not? Yeah.
played.
And then what about f5? So can black
f5
or
right away.
it's too much?
I feel that she's not yet ready. Maybe even something like
yes,
knight
maybe something
h4
like this and check.
queen
Yeah.
h5. Feels like,
But
I
even this
like-
position,
I
okay,
like- I like
king,
to-
king d7. Let's go, king d7. Still not
not the end of
rook
the world.
takes. Yes,
Rook takes. Yeah, no point to take on f5 from
G,
here.
g2 is hanging. Yeah,
G2
that's
is
right.
sorry. Okay, then for sure no point for me to
Mm.
take on f5.
And let's
now
say
we're gonna-
f4.
f4, and you want to close.
Yeah, the knight is a ugly place, and bishop is also. No, I'm not sure about this position.
You might have convinced me. I don't have any breaks right in the
Hmm.
center now. Yeah, okay, but now let's think. So maybe we do it a bit differently, not to allow you. Maybe it takes f5 first. You take, right?
And maybe knight is 3, let's say. Yeah,
And something,
first,
yeah,
First.
e3 or maybe, yeah, e3 I think is better
I don't
than
know.
g3.
Otherwise,
Then
G-
otherwise there is bishop g4.
Okay, but
yeah.
still, maybe still. I don't know.
Where do we want to land?
That's a very interesting position.
For sure, very unorthodox.
f5 is already played, right?
She has played.
Mm-hmm.
Alexandra doesn't look too happy, I think.
No,
yeah?
no.
Um,
No, okay, maybe she's just focused on trying to,
let's try to figure it out. So 93, let's say.
Mm-hmm.
It feels that she's
bishop
shy
is
today.
6.
Yeah,
Bishop is 6.
as you said, after f4 in that line,
So do we?
No, but now
we
bishop
don't.
f7
Then
is,
there's always
is
bishop
there.
f7.
Bishop
Sorry,
f7
yes.
in there.
So we don't have this tactic anymore.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why I didn't really want to play knight e3 because I don't
Yeah, I
see my
understand
next
what
move
yeah.
here.
Mm-hmm.
But on the other hand, if we play knight g3, then bishop g4 is quite unpleasant. Or maybe not. Maybe we can go like this.
Mm-hmm.
So queen e4
Queen
is a
e4 is a
threat.
threat, yes. But maybe.
So queen
So it's for black is also not so easy to
well, the king. Where
maybe
do you
d5, maybe
place the king?
d5. What I mean looks
Oh.
very ambitious, but what to do on the other hand?
d5. No, I think I'm
The rook
happy to
h4 or something. Look at
Yeah, something like that.
queen takes h4.
Guys.
That's still not
No,
clear.
knight
Knight
h4.
takes h4. Knight g6.
It looks like we're drunk, but we're actually not. So, white is winning.
No, yes,
Yes?
maybe rook h4.
Rook h4 is quite interesting. Yeah, but wait.
But what about
what
h5?
this?
Oh yeah, sorry. Yeah, it is not.
This is
Doesn't work.
um,
d5.
d5. Wow. Maybe simply bishop f4.
Not queen
simply.
e7. Queen e7. yeah.
You don't really combine those words. Bishop f4.
Knight takes. Knight takes.
And queen e7 then. Yeah,
e7.
okay, you're right. Yeah, we have some issues of our own with this king in the center. But oh, d5. Wow.
Mm-hmm.
But it does feel that you're playing with fire a little bit, huh? It doesn't feel like that.
But both sides play.
Both sides might be playing. Yeah, sure.
Because if black managed to consolidate and castle, let's say, then she would be just strategically much better, maybe even winning. So white should be very quick now, exploiting all these weaknesses and
Yeah.
otherwise black has strong center and pair of bishops. So
That is true. But I still have a feeling that white should have something here. Maybe I'm wrong.
it is not clear. It is not clear.
Maybe, you know what? Maybe some strange move like knight h2 with g4 and knight g3. This is too long. Yeah, this is
Too long.
Too long.
Too long, yeah. Oh. No, I think the position is objectively is not clear. Yeah, that's very complicated.
Yeah.
Should be a lot of
Okay.
options. Maybe just
Or maybe we don't have to take. Yeah, this is another. Yeah.
this is another point. Yeah, this is another stuff. Maybe it should not be taken. But then f4 is positional threat. Okay, what about simple knight g3? Let's say. What is this?
I want to ask you first. Is this a move? No. I thought I have queen h5 and taken on f5, but you just play this. And this
Yeah,
over,
maybe too much. Yeah. But what about? I mean, just positional stuff. Knight g3, f4, I guess.
Yes.
Knight f5. But, somehow I don't like my bishop on c1, but who knows?
But the bishop on f8 is not better. Yeah.
But black has more space, so she will find her way out. But with my bishop, I'm not sure.
Well, but maybe c3 and d4, like bishop.
Maybe
d2,
if I
c3,
have
d4,
time,
and
I have enough time, maybe I will have this option. And g3 is also g3 is also
or
an option.
g3. Yes.
Mhm. So
I like
okay,
this one. I like this one. Oh,
okay. Queen
lot,
f6, let's say.
But queen f6, even maybe. I was thinking.
G3 or G4. I don't
Yeah,
know,
I was thinking even G4, but then it forfeits the idea of G3 a little bit. But on the other hand, you get a very strong knight on F5.
Mm-hmm. Oh, it's very, very strange position. Or maybe knight cannot go to h5 because of bishop g4, I guess. Yeah.
And actually, you can, this bishop, maybe it can go like move the knight, play f3, and it can go from h4 somewhere.
Okay, let's go back to that position. Okay, I like e takes f5. I don't know. I think it's in the spirit of the position. Yeah.
Okay.
Takes.
And knight e3?
Knight
anyway, or
g3, I think.
g3?
Knight g3, bishop d4. Okay, just simple. Bishop e3, queen d2. What is
boring?
This? Boring, but what to do? Yes. Mm-hmm.
Nah, I don't want to look at this. It's too boring. Is knight f4 a move? No, we need to complete the development somehow, right? Where is the queen should be placed? Here is this a good spot?
Oh, queen d2.
Queen d2.
What is this?
Actually, no. Actually, you know what? Maybe queen f6.
Queen f6. Queen d2 anyway, I think.
e4
e4
an
is
option.
It is. Yeah. So maybe
So maybe knight e4 first.
Knight f4 first. Yeah.
I'm not sure you want to play it here. There.
But okay. Yeah.
Okay, we go back.
And queen d2. Let's say.
I might be blundering on h6 though. Yeah.
Might I don't know. Immediately. Okay. Yeah. Probably. Yes. Maybe.
Because
Yeah.
bishop f6 is the queen, and okay, but maybe I have a better place for my queen.
f5, the same, yeah.
f5 is the same,
more or less. But maybe black should not. I mean, put her queen under attack. Yeah. Maybe it's better to avoid knight e4. Okay, this is a plan, and but what is wrong with knight f4? Maybe knight f4 is rather critical.
I felt that I'm a bit not ready for it, but
why?
I don't know. Just
knight h5 and knight e2.
Inexplicable.
Maybe knight h5. Well, things are getting complicated.
Yeah,
not clear.
And another very tough battle for Alexandra from the very beginning.
All her games so far are extremely complicated. Yeah.
Actually, maybe I have a suggestion. We can see the highlights of yesterday's round, and we'll also take a short break and see you guys on the other end of it. Just don't go anywhere. It's just a few minutes. See you soon.
So my first interview this afternoon, I'm joined by Georgian Grandmaster Bella Khotenashvili. I hope I pronounced it correctly.
Yes, that's correct.
How are you doing, Bella? You just finished your game, and I'm super surprised. I mean, the round just started, and I was looking at the games, and already you'd finished. Tell us about what happened with Katerina in your game.
Yeah, Katerina chose the same variation as Kosteniuk played against me in the second round. So I decided to change a little bit and choose a different line. To be honest, I'm not a big fan of these long computer lines, but sometimes it happens like that you can't change anything. So it is what is it? We have a draw.
So actually, you actually finished with more time on your clocks than the time you started with.
Yes, usually it does not happen to me.
Nearly ever happens. For now, you're doing really fighting chess here in this tournament. But of course, every now and then, what you're saying, the computer lines sometimes force you to go down this situation. At the end, you had bishop and 4 pawns against rook and 2 pawns. But I'm suspecting this is more or less a draw, yes?
Yes. It should be draw.
It's been played before in other games maybe, and the result is a draw.
I don't remember about games, but I know that it's quite equal. So.
Okay, tell us about your performance here in the fourth round. Today was a draw, but what about your first 3 games? How are you? Are you getting into the tournament? Are you starting to feel a good rhythm, a good dynamic?
Yes, first round I lost against Dzagnidze. After that I have 3 draw. But you know, when you play such a strong tournament, you need a good preparation, a lot of energy. So I'm trying to do all this. Now, for now, I can say that I feel that I'm in a good shape. I calculated well, so good. Yeah.
Still many rounds left for the tournament.
So we will see.
One last question. Talking about preparation, of course, you're here as a replacement for one of the players who withdrew from the tournament. When did you get the notification to come and play here, Bella?
About a month ago, probably. Maybe 20 days earlier.
But this definitely wasn't on your calendar initially. Did you have to cancel any other tournaments to be able to play here?
No, actually, I did not have any other plans at that moment, so I was glad that when I got this invitation.
Okay. Were you able to prepare with your training partners to be able to come here in top form?
Yeah, I tried. Yeah. Well,
First time in...
coach, yes, we worked about 10 days, so 2 weeks, so I hope that it will help me.
See in the future rounds for sure. First time in Cyprus for you?
Yes, it's my first time. But I know that it's quite a popular destination for Georgians because of good weather and nice seaside beaches. So I'm happy that I'm here, and I hope I will enjoy with 3 days.
Okay, thanks for taking your time to answer our questions, and good luck in the rest of the tournament.
Thank you.
Hello and welcome everybody to the fourth round of the final leg of the Women's Grand Prix in Cyprus, Nicosia. Pavel, this was 5 draws, 1 win by Alexandra Goryachkina, but it was an amazing round.
Yeah.
If we just sum up a little bit the games one by one, so Bibisara against Gunay, a fantastic preparation.
Fantastic
by Bibisara.
preparation, Bibisara. We think that it was the preparation, right? Yeah, I agree.
And she had, it feels like she had all the chances to win. She misstepped a little bit.
Maybe C6 would give her much more chances.
Very, very, yeah. So she must be a little bit disappointed. Tanjongi against Polina Shuvalova was relatively to this round uneventful
quite
draw.
Mm-hmm.
Katerina Lagno and Bella Khotenashvili was a long forced line which led to a draw, which we probably satisfies both players because Katerina was black.
She remains in the leading position.
Exactly. Alexandra Goryachkina against Olivia Kiolbasa, our favorite game for today, I think, for both of us. Fantastic technique by Goryachkina. Great defense by Olivia. And the other 2 games are Harika Dronavalli and Alexandra Kosteniuk. Was a very, very tense game.
Yeah.
Alexandra was down a pawn. She was ready to sacrifice another pawn, and eventually they terminated into a more or less equal endgame. Draw was agreed, and Dinara Wagner pushed for 5 hours against Dzagnidze, against Nana Dzagnidze. Well, a good defense. We couldn't really find a way to win with white, but we felt that there should have been, without it taken on g5 right away, she could have posed a little bit more problems. But again, not obvious at all.
Yeah, I'm eager to learn if it was winning or not. I will try to analyze this game, and then it's very, very interesting endgame. And well, I'm pretty sure that Dinara did not use all her chances.
Yes.
But was it objectively winning or not? it's hard to say.
The leaders are
Katerina Lagno and
Is
Tanjongi are
Tanjongi
still the
with
same.
still 3 points,
And
but
Alexandra Goryachkina improved her tournament situation.
she joined Dronavalli and Wagner and on 2.5 points, and also Polina Shuvalova. So this is a very, very, very tight race so far. Of course, we have 2/3 of the tournament still ahead of us. Anything can happen.
And we are pretty sure to see a lot of exciting games in the coming rounds.
Absolutely, absolutely. Hi guys, we're back, and to let's dive right into the action, right?
Yeah. The most critical moments
Most
about
yeah.
about to
The
come,
time
yeah?
scramble is about to
Mhm.
begin soon, and all the games are so far
In
are
progress.
quite interesting in progress. Probably Lagno Goryachkina will see that
Maybe this one not for a long time. Yeah?
maybe not for a long time, but
we
the
failed to
others.
find anything better for White to force a draw.
Yes,
But-
and let's visit the game that we haven't visited for a while. Gunay is playing Tanzhangi. Mamadzada Gunay playing Tanzhangi. And we left the game in the early stages where. And this is
Yeah, I'm not sure about this Queen D3. Yeah.
Queen D3 is a bit yeah. So it allows Knight E5.
95. Yeah, I
basically.
understand she wants to control B3 square. Yeah, because for example, the typical Queen F4, maybe Knight F5 would be an issue.
Actually threatening to. Oh no.
Oh, okay, maybe
winning,
not threatening
yeah.
so much, but just if.
But unpleasant.
Yeah, but like if Black managed to trade this bishop, C1. I mean, after Queen B3, no, Knight B3, then White would not be better at all. I think.
Is this? It's
Yeah,
not a
but-
play, but it's not where you want to have your.
Yes,
bishop,
but then
yes?
maybe Rook C8 and.
Rook C8, and we're just not in time.
Aren't we? Probably not, yeah. Rook C1, Queen C6, Queen C7 even.
It feels like, or even knight D5 doesn't not work. Queen
Um,
C7.
Yeah, and pawn is in danger.
And the problem is that we never have this move because the
Yeah,
bishop is
bishop
hanging.
is hanging. So, yeah, that was the reason behind her decision to put Queen on D3. I
She
think.
obviously understands that it's less than ideal, this square on D3.
But maybe then Queen D1. But Queen D1.
Is the same.
Same,
Yeah,
more or
the
less the
pawn on
same.
C4
Mhm.
is in trouble.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so this is the justification behind the Queen D3. But then it allowed Black to
Yeah, to eliminate this very
eliminate
important.
this extremely important bishop. Yeah, and now
It reminds me Ding Nepo games when Dings every time took on F6 and
Yes,
both
yeah.
times it was in favor of Black. This exchange. He was pretending to create a weakness to double the pawns and create some weakness on King's side, but it is every time, 2 times it turned out against him.
yes. And it seems that
It's
here.
a very similar situation. I mean,
So here, Pavel, is it? I would love to play H4 with Black here, no? Because I wouldn't want White to be able to block the pawn on H5, but maybe it doesn't work.
but maybe
tactically, yeah?
H4 immediately.
You just take
No, G4 maybe G4.
G4.
Fixing F6
Fixing
pawn.
F6 is
Mhm.
important. Aha, I see. Yeah, you're absolutely right.
And
Although now, what do you do with the H pawn?
But maybe even castle. I mean,
Just
D5. Yeah, okay.
yeah.
King goes somewhere. King B1. Maybe this is the right way to.
Go and
Mhm.
B1. And again, Black's king is a bit awkwardly placed.
No, C takes
yes.
D5 is coming, so maybe White is fine.
Okay, agreed. So she went for
So H4, yeah, maybe was not necessary for White, yeah, because it looks like, I mean, she just giving up the tempo and maybe the
so
important one.
maybe just
The
long
H4
castle
was
here,
not.
yes?
Yeah, long castle, for example. Long castle. Because after H4, F5, she was not. I mean, she was not able to castle anymore. any longer.
Let's
because
see. Yeah, so h4 f5 was played,
yeah,
and she cannot
i-
castle.
if she
because-
castle now b5 is annoying because she has no this king b1 anymore because of bishop e4. This is the
This
point.
is important. This is
Mhm.
important. Yes. So, and without the king b1, then there is a very serious pressure
takes
on the
before,
c file. Yeah.
mhm.
Although maybe there, but still rook
But
c8.
still rook
yes, here you
c8, for
go.
example.
So this is
So maybe h4 is important
It's actually
inaccuracy, I would call it. Yeah.
But to my eyes, at first sight, it looked very natural.
Mhm.
Yeah, fixing the pawn on h5, and
I'd agree. Strategically, it is,
but tactically,
but
yeah,
dynamically,
this-
you don't have time for long castle anymore.
oh, this is important. And now, yeah, and the king feels much worse on
Yes,
the king
and
side.
yeah, and rooks are not linked. And now I would take black probably. The bishop is very strong.
So how do we proceed with black? We would
Maybe castle.
castle long,
Mhm.
and then ideas of f4 are in the air sometimes, right? Or
Yes, yes.
with the king on f1.
With the
Yes,
king of
yes.
f1, yeah. Knight has no moves.
How do we want to maybe just go like that?
I'm afraid it's too long.
It's too long?
Mm-hmm. At least optically, it takes a lot of time. Or maybe something like bishop a6 now, or king b8 first, followed by bishop a6 d5.
Bishop a6,
I'm not sure because I would start with king b8.
king b8. Yeah,
Looks
this is
more-
the
more flexible.
typical move. Yeah, to get away from all kinds of trouble along the c file.
And leave c8 square for the rook.
But again, are we happy here to exchange queens? Or maybe it's too
Maybe
strong
we
of a
are,
word,
maybe
but-
we are, but I'm afraid it will not solve all our problems. Even take
rooks-
take. Oh,
take,
okay, even
take, or
take king c7 followed by d5,
d4.
and now awkward
I don't
position
have-
the rook of g1 would matter.
Yeah.
And d5 on
And
each
if
move.
I don't, yeah, any move is met with d5.
Maybe still some
I would really
counterplay.
love to castle
Yes,
here.
that would be a bit different. Yeah, agree.
This is still illegal, unfortunately, for white. Okay, but if we still have to make a move, so d5 is a threat basically now. Yeah, perhaps.
Yes, yes. Although there are the problem is there are a lot of threats. Bishop a6
And
looks very.
knight f4
Bishop
also
a6,
bishop a6.
bishop a6.
Yes. Oh, but this is actually what I did want to get. So I wanted to get something like that, or maybe even, you know what? Maybe something. So I am willing even at some point to give you this pawn on c4 to go king g2 and claim that I will win back on h5 at some point.
Mm-hmm.
But maybe it's just wishful thinking, all of this, yes? I'm not in time to do any of this. Or, well, some of this, yes, but not all of it. So, for instance, if I play queen d6, you'll just grab the pawn.
Okay,
yes?
let's imagine. Yeah, I just take. No.
Take and take, yes?
Take and take. Yes.
Take and take. And now, okay, first I can take on
Mhm.
h5 right away.
What about bishop? Bishop d5 is not.
Bishop d5, I will...
It's not a problem.
I have knight f6
Knight
for
f6.
now.
Knight f6. Yes.
The next move, I will go back and king g2.
Although this is still playable.
Although still, I think black is probably slightly more conveniently...
Not okay, but here, I mean, this is the best scenario white can dream about, I think. Let's try to improve with black.
Yeah, we have a feeling that black can improve here, yes?
Mm-hmm. Well, somehow king b8 I like.
Queen d6. So, well, this is probably a concession, no?
Mm-hmm. But then, by the way, we need to think about capture bishop
And bishop
d5,
d5,
bishop d5
yes.
as well.
Let's take a look at this. Bishop d5. The point being that the rook is caught on d6 if we take.
But
So maybe not so clear.
Maybe not
yet,
so
yes?
clear. Yeah, d takes e6.
King takes, e takes,
Rook f8.
fate, knight
Knight f4.
f4.
Mm.
It might be enough for a draw, but although with pawns on both flanks, I'm not sure white is in time.
Yes, okay, this is rather complicated.
But
But
black
again,
is,
yeah.
is not risking, yeah.
Maybe d5, and maybe it should go. I mean, straight if it's d5 instead of
Instead of king d8.
Maybe
Oh, king b8, yes.
d8, yeah. Why not?
yeah,
By the way,
yeah.
Why not?
Black
Why
is
not
much
d5?
better, and rook c1 is not even a threat because the rooks are not linked, so
Yeah.
rook c1 is never a threat. Well, not never, but in at least for a very long time. Yeah, so this definitely looks like black is in total control of the position. Guna is thinking she understands that it's not going her way for now.
But what to do? On the other hand, what is white idea there? Long castle is not played yet.
Let's see. The actual position is. This is the actual position. And it's actually black is thinking. Yeah. So so tan can maybe.
Yeah, but long castle seems so natural.
Well, there is also, I think maybe she's also considering some more.
Immediately.
It's a bit problematic. Yes. So.
No, she can think about f4, g takes, rook takes,
and then castle.
And then
for
castle.
instance,
Yes.
Yeah. So this might have been might be the her thought process here.
But still, I'm not convinced.
So this
she
is
needed
going. Maybe she doesn't, but
queen d6. let's
sometimes
say.
you want to check those things that you're
Mhm.
not
Yeah, of
missing it
course,
for sure.
course.
Because for instance, yeah, even after king d6, so
King
you go
f1.
king f1.
Mhm.
So you might consider stuff like that because well, it just might be winning, right?
Yeah.
Although it doesn't feel
No,
here like that.
yeah, c5, and white has her own counterplay.
Yes, or 95. No, 95 is crazy, but yeah, c5, and all of a sudden,
No, okay.
white is
Queen
first.
takes h4 should be
Queen
calculated
h4
properly, but even capture on d7 first, and then maybe king e1. I don't know.
Going back, went to f1 and then go back
Yeah.
to c1.
It's very unclear.
Yeah, crazy. Actually, I'm not sure what's going on at all here.
I would not try to complicate matters with black. Yeah, I would just play positional style.
Castle, as they taught us.
There is one more game which let's see what's going on in Paulina's game. Yeah,
Paulina, yeah, up until rook d7, it followed she did take on d6 and followed our analysis basically, and now she played d6. Bishop h8, I think we also looked at it. Yeah, this is
it.
This is exactly the position that we had in our analysis.
We thought it was not. The rook a7, may happen after rook e7.
Yeah, but after rook e7, we thought that rook d6
was good enough
strong.
already. Yeah,
and she has taken, and rook d6 is on the board. So we did some good analysis for a change. Yes.
Strangely enough.
Yes. It will not happen a lot, guys. So don't get used to it.
This is just.
But this looks
in the best. In best. But by the way, instead of rook d6, rook a7 would not be better. No, rook e8 probably.
Oh, but this is beautiful. Rook a7. That's a
maybe
move you love to make.
Okay, if rook takes, then knight f6
Knight
is winning.
f6. Look at this. And if bishop takes, then queen takes f6. Attacking the queen, attacking the mate. And if we are a rook and a queen down, but it doesn't matter at all because we are mating. Wow. Ah, this is beautiful. Rook
Yeah.
a7. It's a move you love to make,
But-
and then you are very disappointed to see it fail to
Yeah.
something like something trivial like rook e7. Oh,
Okay, but rook d6
Rook-
looks
rook-
good enough.
actually, yeah, there's nothing.
Rook
So rook
d6, so,
d6.
well,
looks,
you are thinking about queen b5, right?
I think, yeah, that's what we said.
And now maybe.
And now
Ah,
this, and
and
now
now rook
we
a7,
we
yes.
found this. Unless we blundered something, it looks very convincing.
Okay, rook e8, and
Rook
simply
a7 is
exchange,
losing, so rook
exchange
e8.
queens, and rook takes b7. It's probably winning rook endgame, yeah? At least.
Two
maybe,
pawns up, although we might... Oh, and the problem is that rook h5 is met with rook... Not this, guys. No. With rook e7, probably, yes.
Okay, rook goes somewhere. Maybe it's not the end of the story yet. Yeah?
It goes here.
Maybe f8, for example.
Just...
maybe king f8, by the way. King f8 is probably better. But
yeah,
why
this
rook
one.
e7? Why rook
I
e7?
don't know, I
yeah.
thought-
But what? Okay, we are losing the pawn. Yeah, maybe
Yeah,
this is not.
If we're losing the pawn, then just
Maybe
leave
then
it.
it's not over yet. But still very, very shaky for black.
Yeah.
But okay.
Yeah,
The
just-
mate is threatening. Yeah, I forgot
That's
about it.
yeah. I
Mate-
was. That's why
mate.
rook e7 because because
that
the mate
was-
was threatening.
I see. I
Um,
see. Yeah.
but okay, of course we can play something. Like,
Yeah. But then okay, rook
G3
takes
and rook
h6, and
h6.
this is maybe not.
Maybe holdable. Yes.
Maybe not. Maybe not enough. No,
You-
I mean
You have a feeling that you can get more.
Yeah,
That's what.
exactly. Exactly.
But what is more here?
Mhm. Maybe before, yeah, after queen b5. Let's see this position. Queen b5.
Rook d5, queen b6.
Queen b6.
yes.
Queen c6, yes.
Or something like that.
Mhm.
Where it's just a nice move, but nothing more than that.
But it should be something where there is something.
What
in
about
there,
the eighth rank? Yeah, it definitely is in the air here. And rook a7 immediately. It doesn't it work? Because queen b5 also covers this e8. So let's again here. Is this winning? And if so, who is winning? Yeah, I think black is winning because
Queen h5 or something.
there is
I
a
don't know.
queen h5 check. Although it's not the end of the line yet.
No,
huh?
not at all.
Or it maybe is actually white winning. Wow, is it?
Why not?
It looks, yeah, it looks like we're threatening two mates. There are no checks. Wow. This has a potential to be an exciting game. So rook a7, is this a move then on queen b5?
Okay, if we react in the same way.
The same
rook
way,
e8.
rook e8, yes. You're totally unimpressed by all these tactics. This is a shame. Yeah, I don't like it. I don't need this pawn so much.
No, but yeah, maybe rook d1. Rook d1 looks.
Rook d1 is a good move, but still, okay. Let's say you play rook e8 and
now
then
maybe
rook
rook
d8.
d5.
Yeah.
Maybe rook d5. Rook 1 d5.
Ah, to play it like this. And the threat is now knight f6 we want,
Mhm.
yes? But I have to get ready for knight f6 and I need a check somewhere. I have only one square for the queen, yeah? Yeah, only
Yeah,
only
but
one
then
square.
but then knight f6.
But then knight f6. And this is game over. We don't have any, this is covered, so we don't have either queen f4 or queen h4.
Mhm.
And this is game over. Wow. So rook d1 is actually is threatening both rook d8 and rook d5, a very strong threat.
And is it true that Bella is down to 13 minutes now?
Maybe we can have a shot at the clock, the actual clock. Yes, it does look like that.
Mhm.
Wow. A very, very bad news for Bella. I think both the position is very looks very shaky, and
Mhm.
she's
Yeah,
down to her 13
Yeah,
minutes.
that looks like she just underestimated this bishop takes d6 and the
Yes,
simple bishop
yes.
bishop takes d6.
And it's easy to be honest. It's easy to underestimate, right?
Mhm.
But once you start calculating, you start getting these problems of black's position. Yeah. So our current position is the queen is on b5, right? No, the queen is not. Yeah, she's. This is the current position, and yeah, looks like it's going white's way. Oh, but you know what, Pavel? What about a rook d1? Do we have this move, or is it?
Maybe we should try something desperate like this. It doesn't look good, but what to do?
But nothing else did.
Yeah,
also,
maybe
yeah.
maybe f5 is still.
And the
Still an
point is
option.
that on rook d8 we maybe even play rook e8 immediately or exchange one pair
Yeah, but
to have the first
this
rank.
is still maybe not that clear. But I'm afraid that after a5, even knight g5 should be good enough.
Just
Yeah, this looks.
so the first check we manage to land will be probably the last check, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, doesn't look good at all. But okay, for
Yeah,
argument's sake,
yeah, maybe
let's
she should try something like this.
keep it going a little bit.
Mm-hmm. Oh, something stupid like g3 even comes to my mind.
Just very calm, yes. And after check, we just go up.
No, maybe exchange first.
Or
and then-
exchange and go. Important not to go to g2
Mm-hmm.
not to allow queen f1 check.
Yes.
But now white's checks will be much more dangerous. That's for
Mhm.
sure. Yeah, doesn't look good at all. Okay.
Yeah, let's
Actually let's take a look at Katerina's. So she didn't go for
drawish line, yeah.
for this drawish line. She went g3,
Mm-hmm.
and
And what happened? Rook f5 was played, yeah, by Alexandra.
yeah, Alexandra played rook f5. Does she prepare?
No, this just she just
Wants to-
take defensive measures against rook d1, I think.
Yes, to not have.
But
To not
still,
lose-
still rook d1 should be considered. Or what is? Yeah, but okay. After this exchange, black is at the moment black is just pawn up. Yeah.
Pawn up, but I think
Mhm.
after g3, the point is also that it frees. It not only defends the bishop on f4, right? It also makes way for the king. So, for instance, if we take a look at this, rook d5, then we want to go king g2.
Okay, should be draw. Yeah.
But it should be draw.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. I mean, maybe I would take white here, even if I'm pawn down. But
because we must say not because
Yeah.
you don't like pawns, but because you think that the pawn will be won back, right?
yes. But okay, it should not be serious. I mean, we need much time to grab this pawn, so black should be able to.
Or even as
create
simple maybe
something,
as
yes.
g5, g4, and
Yeah, for instance. Yeah. But okay, what about king g2 now in the current position?
yeah, maybe we're
Is it-
not
is it
obliged
possible
to give all back, right? So,
So, but now bishop e2, yeah, bishop e2
and
is
Alexandra, this is a typical posture for her. Yeah, she looks like she's
absent.
yeah,
that doesn't care of anything, of
right,
this
and
game,
this is-
of anything.
but
She's somewhere else, yeah.
but beneath this, I think she's deep in her calculations of the position, right?
Calculation, or at least in her thoughts.
Yes.
Yeah.
Um,
She is not absent. She is not. She is
and
not.
you can feel that by her moves. Yeah, so she's anything but.
Okay, rook
Um,
f5
Um,
seems to be strong, yeah.
Yes, absolutely. But king g2. What do we do?
Oh, bishop e2.
Bishop e2 is a must here.
Not maybe now rook d1.
But do we take? Sometimes I have a feeling
I
that
don't know.
we
Maybe
maybe
g5.
don't want to take here.
Maybe we don't, but g5, bishop e3 will be played anyway, yeah.
And if we check, you go to g1, right? So you cannot go here because
Yeah.
you lose due to this.
Okay, this is not convenient, convincing for white anyway.
And
yeah?
at least
I don't like
not
this.
in the least. Yes. So here, I think even as simple as just take and go for this pawn, maybe, no? We will have 2 pawns for the exchange.
But how? Rook f3.
Just take
Rook
rook
f3,
f3, yeah.
Mhm.
Rook f3 is losing to rook d3. So I don't have rook f3, but okay, but I have g4 maybe.
Yes, g4 is quite annoying, yeah. Rook e1, maybe I should play rook e1 then.
And force the...
No, g4 here in this position, yes, immediately.
How do you untangle here? So you will have to probably sacrifice back this rook, right? You will have to give up this rook.
No, yeah. But okay, this is something.
I take black.
Yeah. Somewhat rather
To
unpleasant.
tell you something, I think...
Well, okay, maybe still we are exaggerating. For example, rook d2,
Rook d2. Okay, rook f3.
a4.
a4. Okay, so you create counterplay
Mhm.
and which I don't have a good way maybe to even counter this, yeah? Do I play b4 or a6? I'm not sure. Or neither. Or a5. Okay, let's say I take, and I take here.
Mm-hmm. Take a7.
Take a7. Now, what's... so here you have king f2, and you're fine.
It should be.
And if I
should
go
be a
to
draw.
e7...
Oh, okay.
Then
let's put my rook on d4, and
And
I am totally safe.
Yeah, you can always take. Yeah,
Yes.
always take on
Yes.
d3 as very
So
loud.
white is slightly better.
Yes. Okay, so maybe a4 is an important resource.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's a very unfortunate place for the pawn. But wait. If I take, and do I have this now?
Mm-hmm.
And go
this
here?
is nice. Okay, rook f2, but then the rook takes e3.
Yes. Or maybe you had rook f4, but still.
No,
it's
okay,
the
this
same.
is very unpleasant. Yeah, I agree. This is
You will
just playing with
have-
the fire. Huh? Mm-hmm. Okay, yeah, this is something to think
Interesting.
about. Yeah.
Yeah, interesting. Oh, maybe h3 first to not be checkmated.
Mm-hmm. Okay, takes then.
Ah, you take, you don't play h5?
Probably
If-
not.
If you
Probably just
take,
take,
and
take
then
e3.
take e3.
Okay, but black is not worse.
Yeah.
That's for sure. Black is never worse here.
And I want to try at least once. I'm sorry. I know. I'm sorry. I want to try it.
Mm-hmm.
Here, take. No, I'm not in time. Okay. And if I go bunkers, you can cut me off like this always. Yes.
Yes.
Well, at least I can check. I tried it. But actually, sorry, but this is what do you do here? I think that's quite an unpleasant question to be asked with this threat.
Maybe rook ad1.
Rook ad1, okay. And now
Okay, we can capture and bishop e2. Sorry, you can capture on d1.
Ah, yeah, this is beautiful. Go here because the king is far away. We don't have rook takes e2. And this just game over. I don't like white's position and
Okay, let's see what white can do.
the current
In the current
position
position.
is this. So we went a bit for so okay. So we established that exchanging those bishops is not necessarily a big savior for white.
So bishop e2 is quite annoying. Maybe then bishop e3 right now is not possible still, eh? Still the same
Yes.
problem.
Bishop e3 would take, and d2. Maybe h3 is nothing because we just go. Maybe we stop g5. That was our problem, right? That after
h6, yes. Okay, but maybe this is a useful
this is
useful inclusion for
if
for
black
white,
has
yeah.
nothing better than h6, then this is a good inclusion, I think. Because all those lines that we looked at suddenly become a bit better for white because there are no mates.
There's no mating network, yeah.
And even the most critical line, I think, after g4. So now white will
A5,
have a4, right? So and black doesn't have this. Well, black does have, but this is
It's not the same. There is no
not
mating,
nearly the
mating ideas,
same.
yeah.
The same because the king can go to h2. This is quite deep, though. I mean, for us, we're just moving the pieces. It's much easier to get to this. We're not obliged to anything. We can spend as much time as we want, and we can take moves back. But for a player to get here, it's a bit tricky. It's not. But of course, but they are thinking much deeper than we do, right?
No, of course, they're supposed to.
They're supposed to, and then they usually do because we spread our attention to 6 games, and it's still very different than sitting here at your leisure, right? You're allowed to make mistakes, and being there where you are under the clock pressure, so it's much more demanding over there. And Katerina, by the way, is down to her last 20 minutes for 20 moves. This is even more, 21 moves.
Yeah, important factor.
This is important, quite important, yes. Oh, and we have actually, let's go back to Polina's game because they reached exactly the same.
Analysis in this game is it's quite impressive. So we
We
managing
managed to get
get
everything so far.
most of moves.
Um, so maybe this says that the quality of their game is not so high. Yes, if they follow our analysis, or maybe our analysis is good. So one of those two.
For once. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So we felt that. What did we say? That we felt that this is a bit less than what could hope for, right?
Yes, maybe.
So we
this
felt
is-
that Rook D1 was a bit more precise, unless unless we.
But maybe even this position is still, I mean, not that simple. Maybe still white has some.
But
some
I
winning
must say that
chances.
if I'm in black's shoes here, I feel happy with in the
Relief, yeah.
I feel quite relieved because for once having 7 minutes on the clock, it's much easier to play this position
course.
than to count all those mates on the 8th rank and then those sacrifices and stuff. So
And
it was similar actually yesterday, if you remember, when Polina took on d6. Right, it was her game. She took this pawn on d6 and went into a slightly better position. I think it was Polina in the Maruti variation when she took on she exchanged all the pieces on d6, and she didn't manage to convert after all.
maybe not yesterday, yeah.
Oh, maybe it wasn't yesterday. Okay, maybe I'm a bit mistaken.
But she won 2 games before in the previous rounds. So yesterday she drew, but she drew with black pieces, I think.
Okay. So okay,
maybe it was
I'm
someone
mixing
else.
up stuff. Yeah, sorry. Okay, so let's see how it goes here. Let's visit some games we haven't visited. Actually, okay, let's take a look at Nana against Bibisara. We have neglected this game a little bit. So it was this double fianchetto. And black managed to make some progress, as it seems. And she exchanged.
Yeah, it seems very, very promising for white.
Yes, it does. It does. So I would say the C file and especially the C6 square are a bit problematic for, and the C5 square.
Of
Yes,
course, the C5 and A5 pawn.
there
yeah.
are many weaknesses in black's position. So
But this is the position, yeah.
this is the current position, yeah. And
And what about bishop A6? Maybe this is quite important.
bishop
If black
A6.
can win a tempo attacking E2 pawn.
And what happens on rook C6?
Rook
You have queen
C6.
B4, yes.
Queen will go somewhere, yeah.
Well, not many places. but queen B4 is probably enough.
But
You know, after
96, I'm worried about 96 now.
after Polina's game, I'm missing a pawn on H6 here. So
yeah.
knight C6.
Mm.
So the point being that if you capture, then E7 will be recaptured, right? After rook E1?
Still maybe rook C8 here.
Here?
Yeah.
Rook C8.
No, okay. Knight
But you can
takes
maybe
E7.
even
Knight E7, rook E3 is good enough, probably. Yeah, knight E7, rook
knight
E3.
E7,
Yeah.
rook E3. I wanted to say that even rook E2 and take on E7, but then there is a back rank check. Yes?
But
Knight E7 and rook E3.
Queen B4.
The point
yes.
being that, yeah, after queen A3, we still cover the
Yeah,
pawn.
but queen B4 maybe is not that bad. Okay, it's still.
But we
should
take
be-
here.
Rook is hanging.
The rook is hanging.
yeah,
That's a
that's-
problem. That's your point.
Mhm.
And the
Well, I
Why-
believe rook E3 is not the only move, by the way. Rook E3 maybe I can play better here. Maybe just taking on C. No, sorry. and rook, bishop f3 at some point, but bishop f3, queen b4 still.
Again, yes. Queen before why and why this is important because
No, I
it
mean,
gets rid of one. It forces you to take on before. We should
yeah,
say, right?
but
And
still white is better, I
this
think.
blocks those 2 pawns and
Rook 3 e2, and okay, if I manage to put my rook on d4, I mean it would be highly unpleasant.
But maybe you don't.
Maybe d4. Maybe black should push d4.
Right.
maybe.
Yes.
I
Okay.
don't know.
This
But rook
feels
d1, rook
good.
d2. I'm not in time to
Not in
protect
time.
it.
But
Probably
maybe I
not.
can. And then you just so basically this is
d2,
not enough. Yeah, you will just take.
No,
you
not
take on
immediately.
a8.
Bishop.
You take on a8.
Ah, yes, and also bishop f3. I can play bishop f3, so I'm not in a hurry.
Yeah, isolated pawns in the endgame, it should be said, are very tricky to play. So black, the isolated pawn gives black, or the side that has the pawn, some initiative in the middle game, but in the endgame they are just, they might be just a target for attack.
So okay, let's say white seems to be pushing. Yeah.
Yeah, white
bishop
seems to be
bishop a6
pushing
is
and
played. Yeah.
Bishop a6 is on the board.
Mhm.
Yes, so
Okay, knight a6
we are expecting
looks very
knight
attractive to me.
c6.
Very attractive.
If we're not obliged to
No,
take.
but then if rook c8, then rook c1, and bishop b2 is not possible anymore.
But what about this move? Is this a
Mhm.
move? I want to maybe if
Ah.
I'm able to push
Yes, this is
to catch you a little bit
no,
in
okay,
an
yes,
awkward
sure,
position.
sure.
here.
I agree. Yeah, this is a good move. Okay. Then it's not clear. Maybe then knight c6 is not exactly what I'm looking for. Okay, but still maybe rook c1, bishop e2.
Let's take
no,
a look
no.
at it. Yeah.
So, but e5
First of
is-
all, is this is not
bishop.
a move, right?
Mm.
Because we don't manage
Mm.
to consolidate here, unless
some tricks. Huh?
some tricks. But there's just tricks. Yeah.
That will allow rook takes a2.
Yeah. If we had a pawn on a4, it might have been good. But
Yeah.
we
Okay.
don't.
Okay. Let's play simple chess. Let's play bishop f3.
Here, or yes,
Here.
simple chess, ladies and gentlemen. Can we play knight e4 here?
You don't allow me to play simple
No.
chess.
I'm all about tricks.
Okay,
But actually,
take
this is
okay.
this is not good. You just take twice. But maybe queen b4 here.
Mm-hmm. Okay, but still, maybe rook.
But again,
d1.
as you said, yes, it doesn't necessarily mean that like
rook
he's
d1. Rook
okay
d1.
after all. This would be. But maybe now knight e4.
Mm-hmm.
Although I'm not sure
Rook c7.
why I'm so thrilled about knight e4 though.
c7.
And white starts getting in. Knight c3, sorry, it doesn't work. Okay, but let's say we make
Knight
some.
c6 doesn't
Knight
work. Okay, no, it doesn't work.
c6.
Queen is hanging, but now maybe queen takes d5.
Maybe I
maybe-
knew I had to move the other.
Yeah,
rook.
maybe another rook should move there.
And actually, I want to play knight c3. I think
Mhm.
yes. This is complicated.
Maybe. Yeah, I don't know.
The point being that, or maybe just take.
Rook takes. And queen
queen
takes
d5.
d5. Yeah, that's true.
And the point is that f7,
F7
is
is
hanging,
hanging,
so
yeah.
we don't have time for knight
Mhm,
c3
mhm.
because of this.
That's true. This is fair enough.
Yeah, I agree. White is
White is pushing.
pushing quite unpleasantly, we should say.
Mhm.
Okay, let's take a look at Alexandra Kosteniuk against Dinara
Oh.
Wagner. A lot has happened here since
Mhm.
we have been here. So
she did play a knight h4, took on h4.
And I was thinking about king c6, king c7 here instead.
Here.
Yes.
And the point being, e takes f5
Bishop
is met
takes.
by bishop f5 because the queen is overburdened with the...
But still not clear. But okay, but that was just an option. Yeah.
Yeah, okay, but she played bishop e7
Went back to
and f4 as basically as
G3
as we expected.
the only
G3
move.
is...
Just take bishop b2.
This is natural so far. Oh, I like this move, preventing the king from
Going to c7.
going to c7.
Oh,
because,
nice. Yeah, nice idea.
And
knight d2. Yeah. Oh, castle
and even
first.
castle. But now the
Okay,
king can
just
go to c7. Yeah. So
And d4.
and d4.
Well, trying to open position, exploiting in order to exploit
the
this,
king,
king
but
position.
it should be said that the open position does also benefit the bishops, right? So,
Yes, that's
although
true.
here we have a feeling that the king's weakness does trump it a little bit. What's your feeling about this?
I'm not sure that d4 was necessary right now. Maybe knight f3 would be. But for me, knight f. But okay,
But
Alexandra.
knight f3 is
No, but
an idea
e4
then,
is
huh?
e4 is. Sorry.
But knight f3 is now an idea. No?
Yeah, but e4 now is hanging. Before it was protected. So, for example, if I play knight f3 before playing d4, what's wrong with that?
Right here.
And then d4, and maybe I would eventually take with the knight. I mean, it seems like white has more options after knight f3. But maybe something is okay.
Maybe something like.
That I'm not afraid
You're
of.
not
I mean,
afraid
I
of it,
just
yeah.
exchange
And
king
king
b1,
b1,
and I'm completely safe. And black has a very bad pawn structure. But maybe queen d7 is a point.
Aha.
But no, knight g5 is possible. Yes, knight g5 and queen takes h6. Sorry.
And here queen h6.
No, so this is not
Doesn't
a point.
work.
No, then I don't know why not knight f3. Then knight f3 seems very.
And you want to
Very
just
natural. Eventually,
What-
d4 is still an option. D4 is still an
so
option.
you want to play d4 and have this knight g5 already
Yes.
threatened. Yes.
Maybe rook g1. So I mean, it keeps more options for white.
Okay, then I have a question for you. Tricks.
Yes,
A tricky question.
as usual. Okay, d takes.
You just don't care. Yes, I wanted to play
Not
this.
much. And queen goes somewhere. Okay, g4. Let's say.
And I take here.
No, maybe I would just take on g5 simply.
Twice.
I don't know. Twice. I'm
Because
not sure.
I want to.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but rook
you
e-
want to go
Yeah,
maybe rook e1
yeah,
first.
rook e1
Yes.
first, maybe.
And, sorry. Here.
Not.
Yeah, there's no
mm,
reason why black should
yeah,
be good. And actually,
well,
this was
There is no reason. Yeah. Also, yes.
This
There is
was
no reason for
quite
white
painful,
to avoid
yes.
this position. I mean.
absolutely. I totally agree. Yes. So knight f3 seems
Maybe d4 is not bad, but yeah. Okay.
a5 was played and a4 also played almost automatically.
No. Okay. Somehow.
You feel that
I feel that like it benefits black. I'm not entirely sure of this, but not entirely sure of it. White's position is still very solid. I mean, king b2, bishop c3 can be played, and white's king is. Yeah, but for some reason I feel like knight f3 was a better
it was
option.
a bit maybe
No, but
more
okay,
precise, yes.
still,
But it's still.
If I'm given choice, I still take white, I think.
And I think it's the first time in the tournament that Alexandra doesn't have a very difficult position out of the opening. So it must be very refreshing for her, right? So because up until now it was quite a lot of suffer for her.
Yeah, that's true.
and,
The beginning of tournament was very tough. In
Okay.
terms of opening as
yes,
well.
yes. But and that's what we said yesterday. And she still managed to score
Yeah, she managed
full
to
point to hold
Mhm.
those difficult positions. So she must be feeling good here. Uncharted territory for her in this tournament, but it's a good deviation. Let's take a look at Olivia's game against Harika. We haven't, and Olivia, look at her time. She only has 9 minutes left. Although the position does look, it doesn't even look too complicated to really justify spending so much time.
Yes.
So and she's now
What was the White's last move?
she played knight f1 from g3, which
Okay.
makes a lot of sense because
Yes.
with the pawn on g6, the knight is has nothing to do there.
Rook e7,
Harika
not
played
f7.
rook f7. It's
Rook F7.
it's a DG keyboard glitch, which I'm sure it will be fixed. And yeah, so the right position is rook f7, and it has been fixed.
And kingside attack can come unexpectedly quickly, yeah? No.
Actually, this game is a bit reminds me of a game that was that Vidit lost to June now in sure. Yeah, also all of a sudden she just developed a very powerful kingside attack.
Oh. Knight d2 is
Olivia
played, right?
Is yeah, and she's allowing.
So black is allowed to take on f2.
She's allowing rook f2.
Hmm.
And,
Interesting. And maybe he was already in trouble because f3 would allow bishop h3 probably, yes? This is...
Yes, yes, this is...
knight g5, maybe knight g5.
Even knight g5
I don't
is
know.
bad.
I don't know what is... no, knight h2 maybe, I don't know. Okay, rook takes f3, rook takes f3.
Let's see
play
the
simple
straight-
simple chess. We played simple chess today.
We are all about simple chess.
And bishop on b3 is ugly.
Yeah.
And,
You don't really feel that you have this extra of piece here.
Right,
White and
right.
queen
No,
h4
that
coming.
looks very dangerous.
Looks like sweeping.
Yeah,
basically.
looks very dangerous.
So yeah, so she played knight d2.
But the but
Do we have
what
to-
about rook e2? What was it a decent alternative or not? Or maybe not the same.
Maybe still, no?
Still okay.
Somehow.
Queen h4. I mean, there are a
Queen
lot
h4,
of
knight g5. Yes, somehow.
yeah, knight g5, and sacrifice will come anyway. But no, okay. At least White would have queen g3.
Ah, this is your point.
Yeah. So not as simple as that. No, okay. This is completely different.
This is different, but let's think maybe black has something better.
Maybe knight g5.
Knight
directly,
g5,
knight
yes.
g5, yes.
Although you would love to have the queen on h4 first, but maybe you don't need to.
Maybe I
So
don't need.
bishop h3 is a threat. most likely,
Seems to be the
yes.
threat. Yeah. Okay. Maybe now knight d2. Okay. Let's check it.
Knight d2.
Let's
Let's still take. Knight f3, yes, or even rook f3.
Maybe knight. Maybe knight. Yes, followed by queen h4.
So we don't want to take, right?
But
Because
what to
this
do,
is
huh?
just... It just seems
Queen h4
overwhelming,
and
I think.
Rook takes h3 is coming. But the bishop on b3 is.
This is...
It should not be there. It should be on g2. now.
Yes, yes. If you could make this move, this would be fantastic. Yeah, it looks. Rook e3 is runs into rook f2. And if not, what do you do?
No, that's.
Oh, maybe. And you don't have king g2 because there is check on the here, right? 'Cause
Also,
you might have tried something like that, but yeah,
mhm.
but no reason to look at it because there's just
Yeah, but even
Even
there,
then,
rook
yeah.
h2, rook h1.
Yes, okay.
It's
Maybe
also
it's worth to even show how bad it is for white. So go here and rook h1 we
And-
cannot capture because it's
yeah,
mate.
and queen h3.
queen
is
h3
threat. Maybe
is-
rook e3 is still, yeah. Maybe not.
And now
Maybe it's not over yet. Maybe.
um,
Oh, but I can start by queen h3 first and then rook h1.
this is more, yeah.
And
queen
queen
g2.
g2.
Yes.
But anyway, rook f1, rook h1, and
And
so
yeah, this is beautiful. Just goes you to show you. It's not about the
So-
material; it's about the spirit.
so
But so knight d2 is basically, I think she offers, of course, rook.
yeah. Mm-hmm. Knight
She
g5,
did play
knight
knight
g5,
g5,
knight
and
g5.
we expect h4. Yes. And we expect it quite fast because she simply doesn't have much time.
Mm-hmm.
Oh. Oh, maybe
Okay.
rook. No, I wanted to.
Rook f2 h takes. Yeah, I was thinking about it. Okay.
Maybe knight h3 and rook f2. But this is
That's
too
what-
much. Yeah,
that's
we will
what-
have.
Sorry.
No, and rook f2 now.
And rook f2
But
now.
this we don't have enough pieces to continue there
Yes,
yet,
maybe
so,
rook f1, for example. Rook f1. Yeah, rook f1. F1.
I have a strange.
Okay.
No.
Go ahead, Olivia. You don't deserve to lose one more game. I mean, you played
Yeah, she has been
good
playing
chess.
very good chess. She has
so-
been playing very good chess. A little bit problems with time management in the beginning,
Mhm.
but
Okay, the problem for white is h4 will not solve all these problems.
no, but
knight
yeah, but you
h7,
feel
g3,
that
yeah.
after knight h7 g3
Yeah,
you did
knight
improve.
f6, and we are still suffering. But okay.
She didn't play it. What did she
what
play?
did she play?
Bishop d1, which is
Yeah, but
reasonable if
it
you
still allows rook takes f2, right?
if you are
Or
in
maybe
time.
even forces rook takes f2. More or less. I mean,
Okay, but what is it? But now with the bishop on d1, it might be important because the rook is hanging at some
No.
lines after the check.
yeah,
yes?
okay. I still take
What do you
black, but what about knight takes h3?
Yeah. I was taking a look at
Queen
the first check
Queen
or
h4, yeah, queen
Yeah.
h4.
here and now take on h3. Yes.
Oh, maybe. Yeah. Okay, I mean, queen h5
using
is
using the
senseless.
idea that
Maybe queen takes, yes?
but then knight f3 I felt that because I
Bishop-
wanted keep,
yeah, I see. Keep an eye on e4.
to keep an eye on e4 because
That's
here
still very
maybe
scary, yeah? Okay, queen g3.
And just push,
queen
yeah?
G,
And
queen
just-
g3, queen f4 is...
and just
and
start
then
pushing. So
h5, that's a very tough position, I think, to defend.
and the pieces are basically tied to
Yeah, because queen f4 is a
here,
threat.
queen f4, yes, and we
Mm,
just
and
pick
that's
up
it.
everything.
That's it.
Interesting. So let's see if we can improve. This is
Oh, just a second. Rook f2.
where?
Yeah, but rook f2, we are forced to take on f2, right? Or
You mean here?
bishop f3 is not an option.
I think we'll
No,
be happy to
I'm
take.
not sure, yeah. Knight takes, rook takes.
Knight takes, rook takes, yeah.
It doesn't seem to be an option. Ah, okay. It's hard to believe, yeah. It's hard to believe.
Yeah.
So yeah, and then okay, knight takes h3 is very very promising.
Maybe, maybe she wants to bail out with some bishop g4.
Okay,
But
then,
it's
then
just a
just
pawn
capture
and
and pawn down and
positionally
position
very
is
bad,
bad. Yeah, there's rook will go back to f4. Let's say no.
So no, yeah. So you basically have to go, and
You're committed to this.
You're
yeah.
committed, and you're saying, okay, we raise the stakes here, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm
problem is
probably
that
losing.
Even bishop takes h3 is scary. Everything is
It's like,
scary.
everything is scary, but it's not like you have a choice.
Mm.
So the knight will go to f4. But here maybe you can somehow
Check,
first check this problem.
check.
Then bishop queen g5, yes.
Queen g5, okay, then you ran away, yeah.
Maybe I wanted to play knight f4, maybe, but then knight f3, and maybe I managed.
Knight g2.
Knight g2. Yeah, not a pleasant position for white. And again, given that you have only 7.5 minutes, not
Rook f4 is played instead. Rook f4.
Rook f5 is played. Well, that's of course is not the move that black played. Rook f4
It's
is
mouse sleep. Looks like mouse sleep. He was intended to play rook f2, but
and it's actually in Harika style, right? To not improve the position a bit more.
Bring the pressure.
And I like practically I like this decision because you let white you don't give white anything concrete.
Mm-hmm.
You prevent h4, which is
Mhm.
important. You prevent bishop g4. So it's a fantastic prophylactic move.
It's good move. It's good move.
And those
Maybe not
moves-
objectively the strongest one, but
maybe practically the strongest one.
practically
Yeah.
is.
And
what-
Olivia
what
did
happened?
but rook f1.
Mm-hmm.
But then okay, you don't have this anymore.
Okay, but then maybe white will manage to regroup somehow. Okay, for example, queen g3 is the next move.
Yeah, that's why I wanted maybe h5, h4. But then
H5,
I cover a very important square
Mhm.
from my pieces, so I'm not sure I'm thrilled to do that. Rook g3, queen g3, is it a threat?
No, g6 is hanging on bishop
Yeah,
c2
so
and
but
bishop
let's
c2.
say we do something like that. But maybe queen f6 is better because the
Mhm.
queen has no business on f8 or something. But then
It's time to play for. I mean,
to
desperately
do
looking
something,
for
yes,
some counterplay. at
counterplay we
least.
need.
And rook would at least protect e4 pawn.
Right. So although you have you might have this issue of but there is bishop e2.
Problem
yeah.
is that still rook h4 is very annoying. Yeah.
Maybe rook h4 should be
Is
played immediately. Yes,
Maybe immediately.
that's a move.
What to do?
To do
Queen g3 still.
queen g3 is this not?
No, then I can capture on
you
h3.
can
I
actually
can
take
capture.
because this is
Knight takes.
knight protects. Okay, so this is important. What about this move? Now, how do we capture? Or the rook?
No.
I'm not sure you're so impressed with this. Yeah, queen g2.
maybe I'm not. But because, okay, now black is lacking resources.
Yes, a little bit. And white has all the pieces, all the right pieces in
Close to her
close to
king,
king,
yeah.
So perhaps it's not so easy, yeah?
Mhm.
And here, but you're not, now there is no threat, which is important. So queen g3 is not threatening to take because knight h3, right? Or is it
Queen takes h3.
queen h? Okay, you know what? Doesn't matter.
Mm-hmm.
I go all in.
Right, right. This is...
And we actually had, yeah, okay, we didn't have knight e4.
But
No.
still scary. Still very scary.
And now bishop h4,
And
h3
bishop
is
h3
definitely
should be,
a threat. Yeah, and you know, it feels a little bit like
Mm.
there is a tank pointing like next. This is
Yeah, looks
not
still looks quite bad. Yeah,
not easy.
for white.
Let's take a look. Actually, Katerina and Alexandra, there was some development here.
Mm-hmm.
So they went similar to what we thought, but she
Yes.
didn't play g4 here. Yes,
Okay.
we thought that bishop e3 and g4 was the most.
But we are also
promising.
considered bishop f3.
But we
in
also
some
consider
line, yeah.
bishop f3. Yes, absolutely. And but we were not sure that black has. So she didn't even try to protect the pawn. She just goes with the king.
Mm-hmm. e4 is good move.
E4
Maybe
is important,
maybe
yes.
underestimated by Alexandra.
Is preventing the king from going to the fifth.
Too far.
to-
Yeah, but then rook d4.
And now rook d4 will keep. Yeah, it looks drawish, yeah?
Looks drawish. I don't know who's better. Who is supposed to play for advantage here?
Well, maybe after g4.
King f2.
Well, I have my trumps.
Oh yeah, that's true. No, okay, draw. Yeah,
Draw.
draw. Well, did they?
I think it's safe to assume that.
Rook e5 is
Is-
played, right? Or
No, not rook e5, rook d4 is played, and now black is thinking. I think g4
g4? Yeah.
is to be expected
Mhm.
here. Let's take a look. Okay, we haven't visited Gunai's game against Tanzhangi in a while. And actually, it doesn't seem so bad for black at all.
Compared to what we, what happened? Let's see what happened.
So we had.
Okay, rook d8 was played
okay,
instead,
yeah,
but
so
still, okay. After queen takes d6, it doesn't change a lot. So we thought that position was quite unpleasant
For white.
for white. Yes.
And
Okay, maybe.
so she went. She
Mhm.
exchanged this c pawn for g pawn. But now I don't feel that white is in danger, to be honest.
Not at all. Yeah. Not at all. Knight can go to f4 at some
yes,
point,
I feel that.
and h5 pawn is sort of misplaced. No, I think yeah.
I also
White is fine. This is a position, yeah.
Yeah.
Rook h1 is already played, yeah. Rook
yes,
h1.
this is the last move, and white
Mhm.
is thinking, and she has 10 minutes for 10 moves, which is not much, but in this position is quite normal, I think. So you would love to exchange those queenside pawns, right? If you could, but you probably can't.
What about rook c4, for instance?
And start, and on king d6, just
Knight f4.
knight f4.
No, knight f4.
No, knight f4 now
h4
with there
is
is
hanging. H4 is
knight
hanging.
h.
Yeah, sorry. You know what? Maybe I would start with knight f4 before rook c4.
But is this a
before
draw?
rook c4?
Is this
No,
a
but I'm playing for
repetition? You're
win.
playing for a win here, yes? We played?
Okay, let's try. Knight f4 immediately.
Yes, I was thinking about it, but I think it was there.
At e5.
I think it
work?
was here, it was like this.
Yeah,
okay.
and
So
now
now you play knight
knight
f4 and
so e5, rook c4.
5 rook c4. Aha, this is your tricky plan.
I'm not sure that I'm
Mm.
still playing for for win, but
Let's say we go here and
and if you take, then king g2,
Yeah,
then
but-
I will
but
definitely play for win.
First, but I first
King
check here.
f1.
King f1. And I first take you still
King
go
g2.
here. And if here you go here and
Draw.
here.
But okay, white is slightly better.
Where do you go
B-
here or you
before,
take?
before,
Oh, you
before,
play-
before.
Sorry, you have before, of course.
Okay, this is dangerous.
Yeah, maybe it is okay.
But e takes f4 is
Could
not forced, of course. So bishop
maybe
a
bishop f3 first,
Yes.
or you don't
Okay.
care about it.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah,
maybe,
because
maybe,
then the
maybe
king-
it is good enough. Maybe it is good enough.
The point, the important point that you don't have
Mhm.
king f4 here. So
Okay, this should be draw. Yeah, I can take on f4 or play rook c7, whatever I want, but
yeah,
this is not okay. Maybe still rook c7, but then king f6 and rook h3 check. And, okay, should be no. Okay, should be drawish, but still some play. Some play can be, yeah, can be.
sorry.
Expected.
Yeah. Okay, guys, we will take a short break before all the time scrambles begin, and a really short break to.
Yeah, we're
Yes.
expecting some exciting time troubles. Yeah?
Yes, yes. So don't go anywhere. Stay tuned, and see you in a few minutes.
See you.
So I'm joined by Alexandra Kosteniuk here in the press conference. Alexandra, a draw today, your fourth game. You're coming off a really good win in Munich, but things are not going your way in this tournament for the moment. Tell us about the first 4 rounds and if you're slowly getting into form in the tournament.
Yeah, things don't go quite the same way, but it's hard to expect the same way because in Munich it was like just perfect. Well, yes, 4 very hard games and 3 very long ones, so almost 5 hours each. So, and still 2 rounds to go before free day, so quite a complicated start. But as I mentioned, I think several times, those tournaments can go either way. So as long as I'm kind of in a fighting mood, that's fine.
In Munich, you were really on fire. I mean, you not only won the tournament, but you crushed it. Your play was fantastic. Here, you're playing well. Maybe the position's a bit more tougher. The openings. What do you think is the reason you're not getting really good, aggressive positions like you like?
Well, I mean, I think I get quite good positions. I just misplay at some point or blunder, because in the first game, even though I played badly, but then my opponent made inaccuracies and I had great chances. I just blundered in one move, and even though I managed, to fight back and almost save the game, but couldn't quite do it in the second time trouble. And in the other games, those were hard-fought draws, also quite good positions at some point, but some blunders or very unfortunate decisions. So again, it's hard to compare. I mean, if everything works your way, if everything goes your way and you kind of start scoring, that's one tournament. If I mean, something doesn't click and doesn't go away, it's another tournament. But again, it's very hard to, you know, to have tournaments only as perfect as in Munich. Sometimes you need to suffer, you need to fight back, you need somehow to find this playing mood. It's not that easy, and nobody said it would be.
Of course, chess is really, really hard. My last question. So today you were playing black against Harika. It seemed to me that it was a very similar opening position in the second round. I was unable to understand what was happening in the game. You were a pawn down, but you had very good piece play. Her pawn structure was very weak. The computer was going up and down. What was happening in today's game? I was unable to understand. For the viewers who have seen the game, explain to them a bit how the game went and what happened.
But I think both also had no clue what was going on. Okay. Well, it was, yeah, a long, I don't know if I can say theoretical, but something that we both prepared at home. Line, she opted for queen c1 instead of queen c2 as Bella played. Well, with Bella, I just forgot my opening theory. Here, I kind of, I think I knew the line until knight f8, and then she played knight e4, which I didn't like at all, but I'm not sure I played well. Actually, you know, every single move, when I was making some decisions, I was not sure and not happy. But at some point, I thought that when she decided not to exchange queens and played queen g2, I thought that was a very bad move, because I didn't like my position, I think, after queen g6 immediately. So after queen g2, I was so happy, because, okay, she has no, I mean, ideas, attacking ideas, or at least I didn't see them. And I had a clear plan, right, to protect my king first and then bring my bishop to c6, put pressure on e4, and I thought that I'm doing brilliantly. But I started playing too fast, and after rook g2, I think I had to play b3, a3, and then continue with the same plan, because in the game I just simply, I blundered again when she was, I mean, when I played bishop c6, after knight d3, I was going to take on e4. Bishop takes e4, only when I was about to make this move, I realized that rook takes f6, I just lose the game. Yes. And so I spent all my time, and like barely on 1 minute, I noticed this king g8. I'm not sure it's helping a lot, but at least, okay, it's let me stay in the game. And even at the very end, I mean, she blundered knight b3, and she offered to draw. But actually, when I was going to take on b3 before her draw offer, I realized that there is a trick with rook g1, and if I take on a2, she goes knight e7, and king h7, rook h5, checkmate, king f8, knight g6, and also checkmate. But I think I'm holding there. But I was so happy and relieved that she offered to draw. So
Sorry, that's enough for today, you know?
I think that there were just a lot of ups and downs.
Alexandra, thanks for coming to talk to me, and the best of luck for the rest of the games.
Hi, welcome back. During the break, we had one decisive game, which we expected. Basically, yes, the main game of the round, Katerina Lagno and Alexandra Goryachkina, they finished their game in a draw. It was interesting. Some of the more interesting lines stayed behind the curtains, right? But it was still an interesting game, and in this position we said it was drawish. The players seem to have agreed with us, and
Yeah.
after d5 they simply this is a dead draw, dead drawn endgame.
Yeah.
And Alexandra is happy with this result, as we said. Yeah, well, she's not dissatisfied at least.
I think
yes?
both players
Both
are
players
happy.
are okay. Although we do feel that she might have posed a little bit more problems here as black, right? But on the other hand, g4 is a much more double-edged move. So
Yeah, but it's not easy to evaluate. So h3 is possible, rook d2, and then many uncertain variations are ahead, and okay, we didn't manage to evaluate properly this position.
absolutely.
So
And as a player,
it's double-edged,
you
yeah,
sometimes
let's
don't
say.
want to take, especially when
Yeah.
you basically your goal for the game was not to lose, right? Probably this is your game plan. So then you don't try unless you really see some very good prospects for a win.
My feeling is that it's still around equal.
Yeah,
So-
I agree. And for us, it's easy to go to say, okay, let's not take the exchange. But for the players, there are implications. Pavel, a lot has happened in Alexandra Kosteniuk's game against Dinara Wagner. We left them around here with d4, after d4 and a5, right? And
Yeah,
here
I'm not sure that a4 was forced.
you didn't like d4 so much
Well,
as well,
And
and
d4 and maybe a4 was
but-
not forced either.
And
I would play knight f3 still with
knight
white,
f3 looks
because this activity on a file doesn't seem very dangerous to me. I mean, it takes a lot of time, and bishop on d4 is covering everything for a while. So it's much more important for white to consolidate her pieces and to put a knight in the play, and
now we want
and
e5,
e5 is also
yes.
coming. Black's king is not safe. So yeah, what happened? Draw is agreed, I think.
They
yes?
made a draw, which okay.
Yeah.
It's I think a couple of moves ago it looked. So let's go briefly. So after a4, it looks like Alexandra underestimated the c5, c4 break.
Yeah,
And all of a
maybe.
sudden,
But by the way, even here, I'm not sure why white didn't take with knight. Okay, because e4 is hanging. Yes, this is the point. But still, somehow.
yeah, I think this and f3 is maybe
Bishop d2.
bishop d2,
still.
and some maybe queen.
No, yeah, okay,
f5.
yeah, I understand.
It
Yes,
becomes
this is quite annoying.
awkward,
Yeah, that's true.
So b4, and here when I first looked at this position, it looked, especially after f3, it looked very scary for white because the king is opened and the lines are open. And frankly, I'm a bit surprised at the ease with which Alexandra managed to.
But okay, the problem is that Black's king is also a bit
vulnerable, and this is a key. This is probably the key plan for white to create immediate counterplay against the king, and the point being that. For instance, if you take on c4, then your king is not immune at all, right? So if you go here,
I don't know.
It's a very double-edged.
It's double-edged. Maybe even rook takes h6, for example, should be considered seriously. No, this is the. I will not play this way with black.
Yes.
something.
Although you know,
Mhm.
if I go
And
here,
rook h7 is not.
I wanted to go here, but maybe this is too
Uh-huh.
much. Yes.
Oh,
So
who
queen
knows? Who
b6,
knows?
because I also don't have so many threats.
No,
here.
not so many threats. Yeah. Mhm.
Yeah, so this is an extremely complicated position, but after e5, Dinara went for queen a3 check, forcing
But
bishop.
I'm not sure forcing. Yeah, but
Yeah, we discussed
king-
a little
king.
bit king b1, but
maybe rook b8 simply.
rook b8, knight b3,
And a4, yes,
and
and
a4, and it
A4
might
is-
be. The problem is that if you take, we just exchange, and
Mhm.
the knight goes
Yeah.
nowhere.
Mhm. So yeah, bishop b2.
So bishop b2 forces queen trades, and after d5, a draw for.
That should be about equal, but I would probably take black here already.
It looks like black.
okay,
the
but
bishops are
w-
commanding,
yeah.
but white has
maybe
a
not.
strong
Yeah. But
center.
for example, king c2. And but okay, if black wants draw, maybe bishop d2 is enough. Yeah, right. And d takes c4.
Yeah, absolutely.
Should be enough.
This is an opposite color, the bishop ending,
Yeah.
and
Mhm.
the rooks will be changed soon. So it looks
So
very.
this is quite understandable.
Wow. This is.
Well, one more complicated game for Alexandra,
Yes.
and well, one more game, good result for Dinara.
Dinara is playing very impressive chess in
Mhm.
this tournament. She has 3 points now, I think, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I think so. She's comfortably
So
on
she's
+1.
+1, and then she really shows some very good game.
And we talk about turning point of this position. I still think that d4 was a
D4,
premature decision by
Was
Alexandra. Knight f3 would be, unless we are missing something very important here.
right. But if bearing we are missing this. Basically, keeping all those options intact, but putting the
Some
very
additional
important
pressure, yeah.
additional pressure on black's position probably was the important point in this game. Let's take a look at. You know what? We haven't visited Paulina's game in
For a while. Yeah, let's see what's going on there.
And okay, let's see where we got. White has an extra pawn, but
Should not be enough.
should not be enough, right?
Mm-mm.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like. Given that rook endgames are complicated,
Always draw.
and always drawn unless I play on the defending side, and but this really doesn't look like white has easy way to make progress. I would argue that the pawn is really interfering with white's plans here. The extra pawn on d4, right? Because
Yeah, she would be glad
without
to
the
put
pawn,
her
she would
red,
be
yeah.
very
Mhm.
happy to put the rook behind the pawn, and now she has no way to get her rook.
Yeah, but
there.
black wants to play, let's say, I mean, a rook a8 or even rook e8, rook e6.
As simple as that, and just recapture. So, wow, this would be an
Great
amazing
save.
escape.
We are pretty sure that Paulina missed something, yeah. So,
Yes.
but yeah, we even found the more or less convincing way.
I
yes,
think we
rook
saw around back here.
here, right? Rook d1. We are thinking
So
about
rook
rook
d1
d1.
seemed to be crushing due to rook d5 and knight f6 threat. So basically, all we have to do is prevent black queen from getting to e5, right?
Mhm. And if it goes to e5 right now, then check. Rook e8. Maybe queen e5 is still
And rook
valid
e8 immediately
here, yes.
important, right? Because we
Yes,
cannot allow this due to the last round,
Mhm.
last rank mate,
Mhm.
right?
Yes,
This
yes,
and
yes.
queen f6. This is winning for white. But with the pair of rooks on the board, so maybe it wasn't. But now we have the weakness on f7.
Rook
So
D7, maybe
there
rook
is-
D7, maybe rook D7.
or even rook d7. What do you do here?
I don't know. Also,
So
yeah.
we threaten to take with the knight, or to take with the queen with
Oh
the
yeah,
mate.
maybe this is even simpler.
It feels
Yeah, rook
overwhelming.
D1
even,
feels-
even rook d7, as you said, feels just washing black's position.
Yeah, and
here.
probably Polina just could not resist her temptation to take on a7.
Yeah, it happens sometimes that you see such a beautiful move and you say, okay, I must make it. And especially if you see that you have this advantage afterwards, but it's not enough. And it's a painful misstep for white and a great save for black, of course.
Mhm.
Unless Polina, because she had a very similar thing against Gunay in the third round, I think, where it was a drawn rook endgame, and eventually Gunay misstep. Although Bella, I think she looks very confident here.
Mhm.
Okay, let's take a look at Harika's game. Oh, so she did. Basically, she did what we expected her, but in a slightly more slower way. But
Yeah, slower way, but maybe still
on
good,
the
good
way,
enough.
she managed to actually get an extra pawn on the queen side
Yeah, but
as
White
well.
was desperately looking for any counterplay on the queen side, and even sacrificing pawn. Was...
So basically now.
yeah, but now, White has her rook on b3,
which is important,
which should
right?
be enough,
Which is
probably. But okay, I'm not even sure that it's enough to hold on h3 properly. And another problem is that e4 is hanging. Yeah. Well, no doubt that black's position is winning. I mean,
yeah,
this
yeah.
is
We can agree on that. I think it's only the question of how winning and well. Also, to go with this huge dominant.
h3, g3 is right. Yeah, I was about to say that g3 maybe this is
Okay, let's
the
take
only possible. It should not
straightforward.
work, but yeah.
But you have to try.
Yeah, you
right?
have to try. Otherwise, you'll just die gradually.
Actually, here black has many moves, right? Or at least a few.
Plenty of moves. Rook takes, for
So
example. Why
rook
not
takes
rook takes?
is a move. And after g takes, we probably take on e3.
Why not?
And now what do you do as white? You probably have to take with the pawn. And I think it's just a simple. I'm not sure. Maybe we want to include e takes f4. Maybe not.
Maybe not. Yeah. Who knows?
King g2.
And queen h4, for instance. Yeah.
Or even. Can we take twice?
I-
No, we
I-
can't take.
Yeah, I would
take
not
twice.
like to rook join the action.
Right. So we
But-
don't. This is why we don't take on f4.
Mhm.
We keep the rook away. And
Probably
knight
this,
f4 is a
this
threat, probably, yes? Or
oh,
knight
yes,
f2.
but pawn takes is a threat.
Pawn
Knight
takes is a threat. Many threats.
many threats.
So this is probably one way to win and maybe the safest, but I have a feeling that this should be mating as well. Where do you go? King g2 probably, yes, because king h2 I will just take on f2.
yeah, king g2
and,
seems to be the only move. Yeah.
and
Mhm.
this is crushing. Is it? Well, king g1 is mate on h1. Let's establish that. And here bishop h3 probably, yes? Or
Yeah.
is the simplest?
Maybe still queen takes. But
Queen takes knight f knight. Sorry.
Okay, knight takes, rook takes.
I thought I have rook f1, but I don't. But queen g5 is
Queen
probably good
g5.
enough,
A lot-
yes.
Everything is winning.
Yes.
Yeah, that's
Too many
too
pawns.
much. Too much material.
Yeah. And okay, so king g2 is the move here. And I have a feeling it should be maybe king g5.
Everything is pinned.
But there is some knight f3.
But I'm not sure. Yeah, the knight seems to be a bit
Mi-
misplayed. Yeah,
on h3?
On h3. Mhm. Why not simple rook takes?
Rook
Rook
h3,
takes
yeah.
should be. Once again, knowing Harika,
Let's
she
see.
would prefer not to calculate any
She took on
anywhere.
e4.
With the rook. Yes.
Yes.
Oh,
which is also she basically picks up four
pawns.
no,
yeah.
3 pawns, yeah,
Many,
3 pawns
many
for,
pawns,
for the
many pawns.
exchange.
I'm not sure that this pawn was
Yeah, I'm not
was
sure
so
it's the
important.
most
Convincing way. Yeah,
convincing way, but
good enough.
and by the way, Olivia is still in time
in-
trouble.
Yeah, time trouble.
Um,
Okay,
so
knight
she
takes,
took on
rook
e4. We can
takes.
stick to this game a little bit. So black sacrificed. Well, we cannot really call it a sacrifice. She took on e4. She has 2 pawns for the exchange at this point, and she is about to pick the third one. Oh, and I think what's also important is that queen d2 is the only move here, right? Because if queen goes anywhere else, we just recover the exchange.
But queen c3 maybe is.
Queen c3 also. Ah, yeah, queen c3. But she played queen d2 already.
Mm-hmm.
And are we
Black can include a rook d4. But I'm not sure. Then rook d3 probably.
And but then bishop h3 is still the most obvious move here,
Mhm.
right? Rook e1. Yeah, I have a feeling that but actually Harika also didn't have a lot of time, so
Mhm.
she chose probably the most the safest way. Although rook h3 did seem to be the safest way. Interesting.
No, that should be completely winning. Yeah, 3 pawns for exchange.
She took with the
enough.
knight on
With
h3,
the knight,
which
finally.
also makes sense in
Mhm.
a way. Where do we go?
G2, I think. Yeah.
G2. Maybe knight f4 here. Ah, no, with the rook on the third, you cannot play like that with fire. And as you keep stressing,
What about queen a8?
Ah, nice geometry.
But bishop f3 then?
Bishop f3, but then we will go here and knight g5, yes?
Yes. Yes.
That's
rook d3.
That's your point.
And mhm. Or maybe even rook a4 directly. I don't know if I... Okay, rook a4.
Rook a4.
Okay, everything is winning. Yeah, I mean, we are almost sure that...
She just grabbed and went back. Rook e1.
I'm not sure that this is the most convincing play, but still.
You have to give it to Olivia. She's fighting very hard every
Right,
game.
right.
And
Mm-hmm.
even those games that she lost, even yesterday's, for instance, game, I mean,
She defended quite well.
She defended very well, yes. And
Still-
again,
Still queen a8.
yeah, I was going to say that queen a8 is really, really nice idea. Although
I think that without the rook, white will
No,
be.
my point was that after exchange, queen d3, knight c5, but then rook a3 is still there.
Suddenly holding. And again, not to be mistaken, black is winning.
Yeah,
But,
no, queen b7.
but there are different winnings. I mean, for instance, here you can probably now bishop e6 is a threat.
b4, b3 is a threat, so many threats.
For
But
the 3, yes. So it's an overwhelming advantage, although let's say
it's not over yet. Okay, queen
yeah.
takes d5.
It's not
E4,
over. E4,
E4.
bishop f3, e4, and we don't have many. We don't have. Yeah, it's a bit.
Not still winning.
It's a bit ugly,
Mhm.
to be honest. And Olivia still has to make. Both players actually still have to make 5 and 6 moves respectively. Olivia is down to her 2 minutes, last 2 minutes, and Harika has 5.5 minutes, which I must say, with the increment, should be more than enough. So we are rooting for queen a8. Yes. Actually, even bishop f5 might be interesting, right? To replace the
Right. Bishop
rook
f5
with
is
the,
an
with the
option.
bishop.
And also threatening rook d4. But okay, but then
Right.
b5 pawn is.
Yeah. I like
It's
queen
getting
a8 because it really, it's one of those moves that when played, it's the right move, right? So
You have such a feeling.
yeah. But I think Harika is a bit visibly, she's a bit nervous here. Maybe I'm wrong.
No, she has enough time to manage it in the right way.
So maybe we can take a quick jump to see Mamadzada Gunay against Tanjongi. Let's see what's going on there. So black. Now this might be. Wait, white has.
Well,
Zero.
if she capture on b6, she will have an extra pawn.
Yes, but how do you stop the h pawn?
Okay, well, the first option is rook c6. I'm still in time. Otherwise, a5. What about a5? a5.
You want to run
e4. Well, I will lose because of e4 at some point. Yeah, a5, a3, a6.
This is beautiful. A6
and h2.
and on a7 there is,
Mm-hmm.
without calculating the queen and rook endgame, there is e4 and
Yeah.
right.
Okay, but what about rook c6?
Rook c6? Interesting. Okay, so now you want to, but what if I play this?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is a good question. Okay, I can deliver a lot of checks if I want to.
And go down, yes? But now this is even not clear.
I think black should go back with the king, yeah, to g7. Maybe this is just.
So this is just a draw,
yeah. Or maybe I have something else. No, the king should go to g6, I think. If it goes to g8, maybe rook c5.
Ah, you mean
No,
here,
rook c5.
here
No,
to go
sorry,
back.
I'm not in time.
Okay,
Yeah, no, not in time. No. Anyway, yeah.
So this might end in a draw this way, and because if not, this is quite forced actually, right?
It seems so, yeah.
So you might even start with this, yeah?
Yeah, why not? Yes. I cannot see any
And ask.
problem in that, yeah. It's delivering a lot of checks.
Ah,
right
but
away.
wait, no, but then I might have some king h8
and
king h6,
and okay.
and then you run,
check
yes?
then.
Okay. So this is one. Polina did give up this pawn,
but I cannot say that she's
She,
making a lot of
she-
progress here. It just
That
looks
seems to be the dead draw.
the draw, yes. And Harika, just let's jump shortly back. Harika is sacrificing. No, I don't think. It's black to play. Okay, sorry. I thought it's black's move here. So Harika played rook c4, which is a move we haven't looked at.
But actually,
Maybe she wants to put it on c5.
yeah, if we guessed a lot of moves in Shuvalova Khotenashvili game, it doesn't mean that we are able to get all the moves in other games.
And
We-
yes,
we-
so it's standard deviation, right?
no,
We're back to
with Harika. We didn't get any single move. I think
we're back to our
It doesn't mean that she
average.
plays bad. Probably
Probably on the
the
contrary, yes.
Yeah, the contrary. Yeah.
yes. Rook d4 is played. So she forced the bishop to e2.
For some reason.
For some reason, she thinks that the bishop is worse here than on d1, and now and this is the reason. This is exactly the reason. So she played. This is very clever. So she forced the bishop to e2 in order to have after rook d3 to have the rook on a4 to keep the a file. And now she has queen a8 probably planned.
Bishop f5
Yes.
as well. Yeah.
Okay, and Olivia has only 30 seconds to make her
Bishop
three
d1. Bishop d1.
moves. Bishop d1 looks looks asking for, but then maybe rook a1, bishop d1 on the board. And with only 12 seconds did she play rook bishop d1. Harika, rook c4. This is a bit surprising to me.
It's the subtle, yeah. All this.
It's very subtle, yeah, very subtle. But
But
now
still,
she
maybe not.
she ran away, and
not
maybe
bad at all,
she
huh?
wants to just get to the time trouble, to get over with the time trouble,
out of
and
the time trouble, yeah.
and then have all the time in the world to convert it slowly, because really white has many weaknesses, she has none. And Olivia, bishop b3.
No, probably
Yeah.
rook c5, or I don't know.
Rook c5 already on the board,
Mm-hmm.
quite immediately. Yeah, again, it feels like black could have gotten a little bit more out of this this position.
But she's not in a hurry.
She's not in
She-
Harika.
yeah.
Yes.
She has a huge
And
material advantage.
12, 10 seconds for Olivia to make her last 9, 7. She played queen e3. She now has 38 seconds. With 8 seconds to go, she made the move. With 6 seconds to
Yeah,
go,
but
she
now
made
maybe
the move.
bishop f5, bishop is4 is very, very annoying.
Bishop f5 and bishop e4 is coming. Harika has a lot of time to think now. She only... white made her last move. So Harika has 4 minutes to make her last move. And finally, Olivia can walk up the board. And yeah, this is... when you are where you are in a time trouble for so long, sometimes you really wait for this
Yeah,
40th
for
move.
this moment, yeah.
And I think would you agree with me that it's important, no matter what, when you make if you had the time trouble, you just make the move and get up the board as soon as you can before your opponent forces you to stay at the board, because many
Whatever
many
happens,
many
yeah,
times
just-
we make the
mhm.
mistake on the 41st
You
move.
stay on the board and getting
And-
even more tight, and
yes, and if you're
you
in
need to recharge your energy.
and it should be said that
free.
if you did not manage to walk to stand up from the board and your opponent has made a move, you're not allowed to wait to stand,
Yeah,
right?
to go out, yeah.
So so Olivia doesn't give Harika this chance to keep her at the board.
And the bishop f4 and bishop f5.
Bishop
looks
f5
very, very.
looks extremely tempting. Yes.
Followed by bishop f4, and maybe it's just over.
And but maybe she
Still
needs
bishop
to check.
f4.
Yeah, she checks this one, and now where do we go? So we cannot go neither here nor there. So it's very easy for us.
Yeah, and now maybe
like
just
those
take on c3 and
decisions.
queen d7, or queen
queen c-
d7 immediately.
I was going to suggest queen c8 with the same idea, perhaps.
Yeah, but my point
Or
was
your point was different.
a little bit.
So you want to just
yeah, just
capture
bishop
it.
no bishop f3, bishop f3.
Ah, beautiful. Preventing the
But maybe it's still not the end of the story. Yeah, rook a1, let's say.
You remember this famous blitz game where Magnus played, I think, Nihal Sarin, where Magnus had this king on c8. He was black, and it was also this formation. He had a pawn on b7, I think, and Nihal was had his rooks doubled on the a file. And Magnus played king c8, intending on rook a8 check to run away onto d7, and then he got queen c6, allowing the capture, but you cannot escape the mate afterwards. So it was quite impressive. Yeah.
Okay, maybe
So it's similar
maybe
to
it's
what you're
maybe
doing.
it's too much. I mean,
Maybe it's unnecessary. Yes.
not unnecessary. Yeah.
But then again, this is beautiful.
Yeah. not
If
critical,
it's possible, but
yeah.
Probably unnecessary. Yes. So and Harika is actually now down to her 40 seconds, and things have happened in the past that players forgot to make her their last moves.
And that she looks very relaxed.
No, well,
Maybe she did play
she
her
does
her
look.
move. No,
No,
she didn't.
no. She does stare at her clock all the time, and now 16 seconds left to make the move, and it's actually wow. She made the move with 8 seconds left on the clock, I think.
And what did she play?
She played queen c8.
Queen c8, which is also
Which is
fine.
actually
Even-
preventing
even-
all
yeah.
those
Mhm.
thingies. And bishop f5 doesn't go anywhere, right? So
Yeah. Well, okay,
we
she's
can-
still,
yeah,
she's
so
still
she's-
completely winning.
She completed the 40th move. Let's take a look at Nana against
Oh, that.
Bibisar. And here we have, but also they also have past the time control, but White has a commanding advantage, I think, here. Yes? Or am I wrong? Well,
Okay,
White
the
is
only-
a pawn up.
Yeah, White is a pawn up and seems to be
And-
pushing. The only problem for White is eventual problem is her king. Yeah, so maybe if Black managed to find a way to.
We're
No, but
talking
how?
about
Yeah.
perpetuals, right? So,
Yeah, of course, yes.
That's the only
Objectively,
question.
White should be winning.
And if we speak of perpetuals, how about this? But then we just take and go even go here, right? Unless there is
Yeah,
something
yeah,
better,
maybe
which
we
we
have something
feel
better, I
there
don't
might
know.
be.
Mhm.
Okay, so this is not an option. And Yeah, frankly, it doesn't look good for black at all. I think even queen a5 is a threat.
Perhaps. Yeah, because knight c4 is already there, and also kings can go back to d2.
Or maybe even, yeah, maybe even the more prudent approach would be to bring the king somewhere closer and only then do because what can black do?
Yeah, yeah.
Basically,
this is
she's
the question.
limited to going
No,
queen
because
e8,
yeah,
queen f8.
maybe king g8 and f6, but
Oh,
I
and
cannot
we have
believe it.
and we have been told that Gunay Mamazada drew against Tanjungi, as we expected.
Mhm.
So this improves our average, our betting average a little bit. We expect Polina Shuvalova to also be over quite soon, right? Unless, although she is creating some small threats, I think, right? So she did play rook d4. She wants to go rook d7,
d6 maybe,
or
or
maybe
I
to
don't know.
d6, and
Once again, it should not be that dangerous, but for rook e8 is already played.
yeah, rook e8 is
Mhm.
played.
If rook d6,
Maybe we have this check.
well, if I want to draw immediately, maybe rook b2, because rook e2 allows.
Yeah, rook b2 because
Mhm.
to prevent the king from attacking the rook and just
And
start
this
checking.
is immediate draw, yeah, because king h3 loses to
King
rook e2,
h3
probably.
is not the move you want to make
Yeah.
most of the time. And if you keep the king here, then we just check until tomorrow, right? If you want.
Or if I don't want, I can try rook
Try to win.
be2.
Yeah, I know you are.
Or rook e1 is
true.
also interesting. Rook e1. Let's try rook e1.
So you're saying that this is still protected because of the check.
Yeah.
And what is your threat?
There's no threat so far, but I will create it.
Okay, so
Maybe not much resources
but
left.
yeah,
no,
a draw is a draw. Yes.
Well,
there are many ways to draw this position. Okay, so this we expect to be drawn. Katerina Lagno has drawn already against Alexandra Goryachkina. Another game that ended already is Alexandra Kosteniuk against Dinara Wagner.
So we have a lot of exciting games
Yes,
once again, and
not
very
many
little decisive games. Yeah, so maybe this is my bad influence. I'm too prudent as a chess player. Maybe that's
but don't worry,
influences
we'll have enough
negatively.
time to fix it all.
Is it already
after Katie
on
is
the
back.
board? Yeah, it is
Yes,
on the board.
so
Yeah.
Queen C8 is on the board, so she does.
Draw is meanwhile.
and
draw
meanwhile,
is in agreed.
Polina
Yes.
Shuvalova and Bella
What
Khotenashvili.
a save for Bella.
A fantastic save for Bella.
And well, very impressive play by Polina in the beginning of the game. A huge home preparation.
Yes.
And then, I mean, just
got a little
just
bit
a little
greedy
inaccuracy probably
at the wrong
and,
moment.
yeah,
Yes.
yeah.
Which is always, it always is. Eventually, basically, you need to find the spot to transfer this positional advantage into something material, right? And it's always this question is whether
Is this a moment,
is this
or
the moment,
maybe
right?
I can grab
because
more.
if you don't do it, sometimes it may be too late.
Yeah,
And
it may be
then-
too late. Maybe you're not given another option to
Um,
another opportunity to win the material. But this time, I think,
at least it really
it felt like, I mean, she had something more convincing.
So we
Instead of rook a7.
Yes,
We talk
yes.
about rook a7.
the beautiful, and it's a shame that such a beautiful move really.
Yeah,
didn't,
it probably turns out to be a mistake.
And so we have only 2 last games left, right? So we have Harika against Olivia.
Okay, but this one probably will not be drawn.
Probably will not be drawn. And also, I think Nana against Bibisara
has all her chances to
improve our statistics. Yeah, unless we are terribly missing something.
Queen c5. Yes. Okay. This is a point.
Is knight
currently.
c4? First of all, is knight c4 forced? I'm not sure. Although it looks like we don't really want to allow.
Okay, rook a7 should also be.
Queen a7, yes?
Queen a7, yeah, should be also.
The point being that we will.
Oh, maybe king h1, I don't know.
But basically, that's what. You want.
No, with
you
the
want
same
to,
idea, yes, with the same idea.
You want to go here?
I don't know. Yeah.
And of course, we are threatening a mate of our own. So, for instance, just to illustrate, this is immediate mate because king f6 is mate on f7, and king g8 is mated in various ways. So,
no, but I'm not sure that
that we want to allow that.
Yeah. No, because check. Queen d1, let's say.
You know, imagine if the pawn was not on g6 and black didn't have the pawn on g6, there would be a fantastic resource to save the game with the bishop e4 check and queen g2 stalemate.
Yeah, that's very beautiful.
But now this we have this pawn on g6.
Yeah.
And such things can happen sometimes that you miss. This is very easy to miss.
Yeah, indeed. Okay, so.
But so.
Okay, let's check. Queen f7.
What do you mean? So queen f7.
Yes.
And now queen a7.
And
or knight c4.
Knight
c4 looks more. But is this not enough? What you suggested?
But probably not. Okay, check. h1, queen d1, king. Okay, king g2 maybe first. I don't know.
Oh, because here you just take. That's your point?
Anyway, I will take.
So
anyway, I will take.
Um,
but maybe it would be better version for white if king is
to have
already
the king
on g2.
here, yes.
Yes, and
here.
Or
even king f.
Sorry. King f3, queen d1. It doesn't help. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So knight c4 is. Let's take the most natural approach.
Queen c5, obviously.
Queen c5. So
idea.
we go. We want to enter from here.
Okay, queen b7 is an option, but.
And what about this? Then you just check and take, basically. Yes. Is it possible?
I would like to.
Or you even check more. You have.
Why not bishop d3 immediately? After.
With the queen on c5. Important,
yes,
covering this check because white has no.
Also threatening bishop e4, but I'm not sure because queen takes c6 then. Queen takes c6, then queen d4, let's say. And things are not clear, maybe.
This is very very similar to what Alexandra had against Tan Zhongyi in the first round, when where the queen and the king. And the bishop were so strong.
Bishop okay, but here queen f3 is probably good enough. Okay, but still the things are not clear.
Absolutely, but no, but maybe
Nana didn't take.
She still didn't take. Yeah, she's thinking, and rightly so, because it's very. It's a very. So maybe we should revisit this because queen a7 is really forcing, or maybe not a7. But if not a7, then it will be just a perpetual, right? We cannot really escape.
No, but I like your line. I think it
Which one?
is good enough. King G2 probably
King G2.
should be good enough. No. I mean knight C4, Queen C5,
You mean
and
that
King
one?
G2. Let's check
Knight
it carefully.
C4,
Yeah.
King G2 takes.
No, takes. Then I take on E6.
And you say and Queen
Yeah,
E3, and you think it's
yeah.
winning, yeah?
Maybe. Okay, but Queen D5, King F2, and maybe Queen D4.
Queen
check
D4 is important, yes. But then we have maybe Knight E3,
Queen
and then you
B2, Queen B2, and so on.
Queen B2, where?
You-
Bishop
even-
G4?
No, even bishop takes D3. Why not?
And you ask who is better.
Mm-hmm. I still have a perpetual, but partly not more. So okay, if
Wait,
it's
and this Queen C3, yes?
Queen C3, yeah. Knight D2, but it's too complicated.
Yeah,
It's getting too complicated. Yeah,
if
knight is gone back.
if the knight
and,
goes there, then
Okay, but then maybe Queen B7. Maybe Queen B7
where?
in
Here.
this position. Yeah.
Queen B7. But if we go with the Queen to B7, why not have the knight on C5 on E5 then?
No, it was not possible.
It was
Queen
not possible.
Queen was on C8. On C8. Yeah, on C8.
That's a valid thing to say.
But still, it doesn't seem over yet. Maybe at some point King will need to run.
So we have to probably take, yes?
Well, this is a possible option at least.
But now King knight E5
Okay, check.
from where?
Yeah, bishop is hanging. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay, but
that's
still
my
check.
point. Check from here.
Yes, and something like queen.
Taken bishop C2 probably, yeah?
Oh, this is also possible.
This
Yeah,
is just
then,
game over.
yeah, this is draw then. Mm-hmm.
Right? Yeah, it looks
Looks like, yeah.
And this is forced
Yeah.
on 95 at least.
Mm-hmm. So okay, good
And-
try by Sir. So I don't know if Nana has
This-
something better.
but still taking bishop C2 is a threat. Even
Mm-hmm. Okay.
she did take. Okay, so maybe she sees something. Let's see. Maybe G4.
Oh,
This is clever. Or stupid.
mm-hmm. No, it is.
It has the potential to be clever.
Yeah, it looks good. It looks good. It does look good.
We cannot take with the bishop
Mhm.
for and
Okay.
the point being that
And anyway, you should take.
we ran away with the king, and if we take, then why?
Still King G3.
Still
Let's
King
say
G3
King G3.
but maybe no. Why? I have this extra move that I can spare. I can even make something like this.
Mm-hmm.
No, threatening. Well, I'm not threatening. I can threaten something.
Yeah,
Let's
but
say
to
I
threaten
play
something,
this.
you need to move. Queen S7. Yeah.
So we're.
Yeah, the G4 I like it very much. I think it should be just.
And this is just game over because you have no checks.
Mm-hmm. Oh, G3 is very nice. It's a very nice option.
And by the way, I think the way. So Nana is thinking now. Yeah, she looks quite confident.
Oh, the capture is forced, right? On G4 after check or before check. Anyway,
Yeah,
it
I
is
think
forced.
you must, and you must capture with the pawn because there is no other way. Yeah, it might well be forced win.
And rook e7. And queen e7, yeah?
Or something like that, but I feel that here. And
G4
she
is
has
played.
played.
Great.
Yeah. Okay,
Great.
so it's a good move. I wasn't sure until she played. I wasn't sure, but
H takes immediately. And
it seems that
queen
Bibisara
e7 is the
has
move.
seen
Yeah,
it.
queen e7 is a move, I think.
It looks. Let's check. So after queen e7, we are threatening knight e7,
Mate,
knight
mate,
f7,
mate,
mate, and first mate. And again, queen c2 is just one check. And yeah, I don't see what you can do here. Let me- Try, and if Bibisara loses, it's not her tournament.
Not yet, not so far, but she is able to get back at some point. Yeah, but after so impressive victory in Armageddon, we expected the same continuation here.
Yes, but again, after such tough tournaments, we have all seen what Ding and Nepo did after their match. So, on the other hand, in modern chess, you don't have this luxury of playing 5-6 tournaments a year. You play many more tournaments nowadays.
Queen f6 is played by Nana,
Queen f6,
which is maybe less precise,
we
but
have
maybe still good enough because
looked at it, but yeah, the problem is that you're not threatening a mate just yet immediately. Yes. But for the purpose of not allowing the queen to do anything, it's good enough.
Maybe it allows king h7, and now after queen e7, king g8 is possible. That's still. I mean, it's still.
So we are talking about this. The point is that we cannot move the knight because it covers the important d3 square.
Yeah, queen e7 was more convincing, but I think this position
This
should also be
winning.
Should be winning somehow. But okay, let's try.
So let's say if we play king g3.
Okay,
then
maybe just queen f7 and knight takes g6 is good enough.
This is also good. This is the point is that you still cover.
Pawn is protected. Yeah, it should be enough. King can safely go to g3 then.
Yes. Okay. So it is still winning, although might be a bit more complicated, just a tiny bit. And there is and she did play. Baby Sarah. She's defending tenaciously. Yes, she finds those. In such positions. So basically, you're down to trying and not give your opponent some ending forced, right? So. Is king g3? King g3 is not a move.
Oh yeah, but because queen c1 is possible, no?
Yes, that's what I was thinking. So you don't really have all the time in your world.
Yes, mate is threatening that.
Queen g1 is mate. So
we need to be careful.
Just goes to say that it's never too late to lose a game in chess. Do you remember from your career games like you were completely winning and then suddenly something silly like that happens and you just blunder and
Yeah, I should have some good examples, but not.
But
that doesn't come.
You blocked it.
I prefer. Yeah, I prefer to forget about them.
And those miraculous saves, you probably you must remember them.
Neither. Miraculous saves. That's a good question.
I actually remember I had once in the Israeli championship. It was
Mhm.
the final round. We were playing for the championship against Rishon LeZion, and I was playing Yehuda Greenfield. And I got, we had this Sicilian. I might even try. I don't remember the exact position, but I will. How can I reconstruct it? Anyway, I was black. I was getting completely mated on the king side, and he had all his rooks on g3. The queen was going on f5. My position was racked, totally racked. And then I found this fantastic idea to stalemate my king. To put, I had a pawn on a5 on h. It's better to show it probably because I'm not sure our viewers will be able to follow. So, okay, I will prepare for the next game. And
Meanwhile,
Harika won, I
concluded her
guess. Yes.
game. I
Okay.
think.
Let's see. So eventually, here she played bishop, queen c8 and bishop f5. Your idea, bishop c2. Freeing the way for the queen.
Mhm. Leaving the diagonal plane.
And yeah, this is extremely convincing what she has done, because now after king g1, there is also knight takes f3 check now, or after taking on c2. Really,
Yeah.
a very impressive game by Harika. Tough luck for Olivia, really. She got a little bit.
Yeah, that it seems that she was overplayed in the opening this
Yes,
time. So
just to
unfortunately,
remind,
this
she was
game, yeah.
spending a ton of time here, and she got. She was on the receiving end of a very good, solid play by Black, and from this point on, she's really she.
It seems like that she failed to find the right plan, and her counterplay on the queen side was delayed, and then it was too late already, and yeah, and just she suffered on the king side and didn't find the way out.
And and her time, she basically here already she was down to her last 5 or 6 minutes, I think. So it shows that she really couldn't find a good plan to play. And kudos to Harika,
Yeah.
who is she is now on
+2, I think.
+2, 3.5 points.
So she caught Katerina
and
Tan both. Yes.
So she joined the leaders already. And
what happens? H5.
We are with our last game of the round.
Is it forced win, or what is this? H5 was played by
H5
Nana.
was played. Probably she might have calculated it. Yes. Are we going to see king march?
Maybe she will grab H5 pawn first, and then we'll go.
So let's see.
What
is the? We cannot go to H8 because knight goes to F. Or can we?
We can.
We can actually in knight G8, in king G8, right?
But maybe knight G5 is still not. Maybe knight G5
like
is still winning, but
Ah.
I'm not sure.
To go knight G5, and then on check we have king.
But H4, be careful. H4.
Here.
Yeah.
And hello. The hunter becomes the huntee. That's a way to lose. Yeah, so maybe she's planning to what? She wants to check. It's a bit unnecessary, this complication, it feels like. Because you don't even take actually the h5.
No, no, but yeah, h5 is a bit strange, yeah.
Maybe
Maybe
she
a
does
bit
want to.
a bit too much.
So she actually black go king
No,
h5?
then queen g5.
Ah, then
This
queen
is-
g5. So
This is her idea.
so yeah. So for instance, so on this, maybe she does want to go here.
Maybe this is her point.
But okay, but I still am
And
not
king
sure.
king
And king
h4,
h4,
king
yes.
h4.
And
And
what
queen
if
takes
queen
f4.
takes f4?
Um,
Check. Here,
okay.
check.
King h.
Well, king h6, king h8. We have knight g6. Yes.
but king h8.
So
king
king
h6. sorry.
h6.
No, this is something is going wrong.
But Nana is
Okay,
she
but
seems
maybe it's still no. But okay, things are
somehow
getting
she
too complicated.
seems very confident. So maybe we are missing something. Most likely.
But okay, Nana does often. I mean, seems very
Yeah, okay.
comfortable, very confident. Yeah.
But this looks natural,
Like repetition
yes?
because that.
It was
that
just
was the previous
that was
position.
the position. Yeah. No, that was.
Yeah.
Okay,
Okay. Takes
yes.
and that was the position.
So on king h8.
Oh.
We need to calculate. It's a shame.
Yeah. Shame on players. They force us
To force us
calculate.
to work so hard. So let's say go here, and this is the only move, right? Because if the king goes to the
Yeah.
7th rank,
Then
knight g5 is
mate.
his mate.
Not
Because
even
here-
not even not.
Even this not a mate?
No. No.
Because the bishop
Okay,
is
queen takes h5. Probably this is no. Okay, yeah, but h5, g3, g4 was brilliant, but h5 maybe.
Queen f6 is
Queen f6 is already
is the
not.
first-
But okay, but still, I mean, even in that position, queen a7 would be good enough.
Yes,
Probably
I
queen
agree,
a7
I agree.
is good enough. Yeah.
Okay, but what to do?
Mm-hmm.
Actually, king g8 is king g8. Then king g8 is also a move.
Mm-hmm.
But on king g8 we have maybe this. And again, I'm running. Wait, is this? What is this?
Take, yes. This time I can just
This
take.
time I can go, or because the knight is not.
Mhm.
So this is winning, right? Looks
Oh, okay.
at least.
Look,
like-
so
looks
yeah,
like
but my point is,
it. So
there is no threat. Yes, after
no, there is a
n-
threat. Why? I'm
n-
threatening
n-
making two.
97 is really a
It's not.
threat.
It's not. I was sure I'm.
For the
threatening
moment,
making
if
two.
the queen stays on this 8th rank, then there is no threat.
So you just play h4 and you say ha ha.
Oh, exactly. Exactly. This is the move. Yeah, h4. What happened? Okay,
Wow.
king
King
h8.
h8.
King h8. But still.
Okay. So first of all, this is impossible. Let's just
Yeah,
make
this is
things
impossible.
clear.
Yes, okay.
Okay.
King should
We
go to
don't try
g8.
to mate. We just go. So king goes to g8, and now
But now g5. Well, at least
Imagine
leaving the
this,
victory away, yeah. But it's too complicated. And
queen f8 suddenly.
for instance, who is better?
Wow, that would be a shock if white doesn't win this. And I will not be surprised if it doesn't win anymore.
Now it doesn't seem simple, at least. It doesn't seem trivial.
Wow.
No, okay.
Maybe not
should,
knight
no,
f7.
they should be winning still.
Maybe
For
this.
example.
Maybe this immediately.
Yes. Something like this, yeah.
And Nigel would approve of it. Nigel Short.
Mm-hmm.
And on queen c1, we just
Okay, we can pick this pawn up if you want to with check.
like this,
the
yes?
lockup checks.
Or
yes.
here,
No, we cannot. King h6.
king h6.
We can even not.
It's so easy to go wrong in the calculations here for both players, but more so for white, because I think white has the feeling that she risks more here. Okay, but we can check and check again.
Mm-hmm.
Where do you go?
King h6.
King h6.
Yes.
We've been here already.
Yes, already.
Yeah, not clear. Not clear, and
unless we cannot see something very simple.
Yeah, I was gonna suggest. No, I'm not even going to suggest it. Wow. If Bibisara escapes this will be unbelievable. Let's think. So knight f7, king g8. If we check here, now king goes back.
Well, apparently white is still winning, but it is really complicated now. No, but what? There is no threat. Yeah, again.
Okay, so now we can go here.
Mm-hmm. The same, let's say.
Same here, yes.
Mm-hmm.
Now I was thinking maybe it to take here. My point being that now I want to pick up.
Maybe queen e1 is a perpetual.
But it might be already over. Wow.
Okay, you can do it earlier if you want.
Can I?
Why not?
Yeah, I can take here, yes, and now pretend that this is my plan from the very beginning.
Maybe still winning, yeah. Okay, queen c1.
Queen c1, I have this. I pick up f5.
F5,
check,
yeah,
which is
check.
important,
Yes.
probably. But if you have to play it in the game, if you have to exchange this knight for the bishop, you feel anything but happy.
But okay,
maybe you still have to do
this is still the way.
So we can't get it unless unless there is
queen c2.
Queen c2.
Oh,
so we might not.
That another bad news.
No, but actually, maybe here we have queen g5.
Oh, but
queen g5 is losing.
Yeah, queen takes.
Sorry,
g5.
yeah. This is really bad news. Wow.
Okay, let's see what happens in other games if you have any.
We
left.
don't have. No,
we don't have any left. This is the last. Yeah, this is the last game. Indeed.
This is a point where we say we're speechless. Yes, we. This is the current, ladies and gentlemen. This is the current position, and it seems that White doesn't have good way to proceed. Maybe, but you know what? Maybe we can just go like that. Or better yet, maybe Queen G5.
Yeah, I have impression that White should still be winning.
And just go like this and say, okay, I made a mistake. We start the game from the beginning, basically, but I'm still better and I still should win.
Mm-hmm.
Is this a valid thing to say?
Can we get?
The point is, my point is that after knight Queen G5, we are threatening knight F7, then King H6, King H8, and win the queen. So
Yeah.
So basically, if the queen, if
Yeah,
you do nothing, so this is the threat. Just to illustrate, so at least we are threatening something for a change.
Mm-hmm.
So black does have to do something. The question is whether we check or we do something. For instance, if the queen just goes to C1, do we have something here?
No, maybe you should capture the pawn.
We still capture the pawn, and then
still not.
we come back somehow. So maybe it's actually better to play, not to give the check, yes, because we don't want.
F7, yeah?
Pardon?
No. You talk about this position.
Yes. Or even King H6 is probably more prudent, right? To prevent, in cases the king gets to H4, to prevent King G5.
Okay, let's consider other options to grab this pawn. So King G3 looked very tempting actually, but
yeah, but we played Queen C1.
No, but in
you mean instead of
Queen
G5?
Queen G5 or whatever.
But King G3, we said, what did we play?
Yeah,
Queen C1.
Queen C1.
King H4, Queen F4.
Yeah, Queen F4 is a problem.
Now, if we could have the queen on F7,
no, of course, then
and the king on H8 and not 6, then it would be great. But
then maybe not really. Doesn't work.
You want to check from here?
No. My idea was to put the queen on F6, but it doesn't work still. Still the same story.
Check from here. You go here. Yes.
Yeah.
Now check from here.
So
now we manage.
If
you take Queen C7, check.
Oh.
And if you go here, or then we have Knight F7.
Oh, this is too complicated. So okay.
But we manage, and look, and this is winning by force, basically.
Knight G6, yes. This is beautiful.
If it works.
It seems to be working.
It seems to be working, yeah? Wow.
But King G7 was possible, but it doesn't change anything, yeah?
Here, yes.
Yes, King G7 anyway.
It doesn't change.
Play the same,
much.
yeah?
Yeah, because King F6, we still have the check.
Yeah, but what about G3 in this position?
G3, I go here.
G2, and there is mate.
Is there?
I don't know.
Well, I hope for us that there is. So check.
Okay, King G8, let's say.
Well, we can check into whatever
Yes.
we want.
Yes. And then?
And this is covered. Wow.
Okay.
King of
Okay.
6.
Queen?
Check.
Yes.
King h7. Because I thought, wow, I thought this is winning. Check and mate.
No.
But king
King
h7.
h7.
And this is, it's lost.
No, it is not. The
We
result
can
is a
still,
perpetual,
we still
yes.
have the perpetual. No, but this must be winning. Huh?
Ah. Not
The problem
That's
is
sure.
that this is mate, but in the oh, it's not mate, but it is
but almost.
as close to mate as it could be. And if we go, what did she play?
I know that she went queen f6 first, and then I don't know. Okay, and king g3 now is played. What is the position?
This is the
Yeah, this is the
that's what
position.
we
So
thought.
she repeated just once, and
King g3.
now queen c1. Yeah.
So we are expecting queen c1, and here you found this resource.
No. Here, just take on f4, maybe.
No, but we still can get. If you take on f4, then we
Queen
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 d6.
d8, and queen d8 wins.
So
Oh,
it's,
yeah,
it's
yeah,
not
then-
even that complicated, basically. So and g3. Okay, so we have developments here.
That's quite interesting. But no, okay. I think white should look forward to collect this pawn with the queen. Yes, somehow. Is it possible or not?
I want to checkmate. Maybe I can't, but I want to. Is that so much to ask nowadays? Apparently so, yeah. There's-
Okay. Maybe we should put. Yeah. Okay. This is made. Okay. King g5. Yes, this is made.
G2,
And knight f7.
knight f7, and
Knight h6. And check and queen g8.
the knight is protected. Okay, okay. Whew.
No, maybe Nana found all the way through. I mean, let's see. Let's see.
So king g5, and this looks forced actually. It looks forced. We powered this through.
Okay, this is
This is forced, and then
over.
this is also winning. And if not g3, then
what else? Yeah.
then
And
this
this
looks
is also
really
a
winning,
nice
yeah.
way to. This is very beautiful line.
But the point being again that you cannot go to a dark square because of a knight check somewhere. Depends on where you go. And if you go here, then we have this this fork. Wow! And by the way, we haven't noticed, but Nana has only 5 minutes left.
5 minutes left. Okay.
Good
for her if she
found
already
it,
found everything
yes,
to the end. Yeah, then it's just.
I
put
want to
it
say again that
Nana.
she looks relaxed, but as you already mentioned, she did so also.
Okay. What?
Baby
is
Sarah
the-
looks like she played queen c1.
Queen c1, yeah.
Yes. So king h4 is the move we expect, right?
Mhm.
And actually, you know, even if she hasn't found it, I think she doesn't have much
No,
else
okay,
to do.
check some checks.
And even here, she might even, if she, for instance, if
Okay,
you
if
don't
she-
see it,
yeah,
you give a
yeah,
few
yeah,
checks, and
that's
you can
true,
always
that's true.
go back to that
Mhm.
thing that you found. Although sometimes you can just
So king h4 is anyway is a move to play. Yeah?
yeah, she seems to be checking the variations. But she really has only 4 minutes left. This is, if you don't see a win at this point, you might not find it, because in 4 minutes it's very, very tough to spot.
Yeah.
And she seems to be surprised by Queen C1. In fact,
Oh, maybe she's just double checking,
Or
or
maybe she's
maybe,
just
maybe
double
yeah, maybe she just
but there is a lot to calculate here. Even on King H4, G3
yeah, it's not obvious.
is not obvious at
Mhm.
all. I mean, it took us quite a while to find this mate, and
Okay, but here at least she can grab everything. Grab H5 with check, Queen F8, Queen F7.
right. So,
She cannot. Okay. Yeah, she can. And then just take.
Just go with the queen and
queen,
take,
for
yes.
example, take the queen, and this is completely. Okay, this is.
maybe this is what she will.
Maybe not, because King H7 now. It's not late to
And
lose.
oh my God, yeah. And Bibisara is extremely tenacious in.
But okay,
her
but at
defense.
least she has always her perpetual, so she should not
Well,
be
not
afraid of
always,
this
not
line.
in
but-
this position.
Yeah, no. I mean, yeah. Okay, King H4. At least it's still safe.
It looks safe.
Still safe.
It looks safe.
Looks safe. Yeah.
But Pavel, she has only 2.5 minutes on the
Yeah, but-
clock, and
What-
at some point, when the clock is at least it happened to me quite a lot.
No, okay, but
You
I think,
start
yeah,
concentrating more on the clock than
Mhm.
on the game.
If she didn't find it on the previous move, it's gonna be difficult now, because it is not obvious. Queen D8, Queen C7, and this
Yes.
is a very beautiful idea, but
And if you don't see this idea, then you might think that
no, okay, maybe she
She-
just
she
decided to
just-
repeat moves. But will she?
but maybe
She-
she will not be able already to return to this.
Okay, King G7, let's say, yeah, and King
sorry,
will
not
go
King
to
H7.
H6 probably.
Yes, that's the no, but you cannot go to just to H6 because I collect with the
King G7 is played.
because I collect
Okay, that's what will happen, I think.
King H6.
In this position, I mean.
Maybe she plans to go here. Yes.
Yeah,
but then King H6,
H6.
yes.
Then King H6.
And so we are expecting, and if King E7, then King. It doesn't really matter, King. So she played Queen F7.
But
And now
maybe
King
she's just checking, but
It's
maybe she's just
important
checking.
not to play King H8 here,
Yeah,
because then
King will go to H4.
King goes to H4. So this is the whole point of this line. And if King H6, so it's important to play King H6, and now White cannot really make progress without returning to the previous line, right?
Mm-hmm.
Wow. And Bibisara is taking her time here.
Yeah, which
Well,
is,
she
which is
can,
understandable.
she should, and she can, yes. Or the other way
Well,
around.
but I
She
have
can
no
and she
doubt.
should.
Yeah, she will go to H6, of course. That's what she does.
And just a reminder,
Mm-hmm.
that White cannot waste any time on quiet moves, because then just
Okay, what Queen
Queen
F8 is
F8
played. It doesn't change.
Doesn't change.
But
a
still,
bit.
King H4 still seems to be winning. Yeah.
in every spot, basically. Yes.
Yeah. But it
No,
seems
but not
like-
here. Actually, not here, because here, after you cannot already go back there, because there is now she stayed on H8, on H6.
So you need to make it with the king on.
Okay, you need to
You
play.
need to force the king to the
Queen
eighth line.
e7. So queen
So
e7.
you must go here.
Yeah, if
And
king
only
h6,
now king
yeah,
h4.
but maybe king h6 is still better now.
King
Yeah.
h6.
Yeah.
Well, if you see that, but
yeah.
that's interesting actually. If you are black and you see this win, what do you do here?
Yeah.
Because
good
by playing king
question, good
h6, you give white a win probably, although more complicated. But if you think that your opponent doesn't seem to see the win, then you probably should go to
h8.
h8. Sorry, because not to allow.
Okay, queen e7 is played, and this is the moment.
This
for
is the moment for
Bibisara.
Bibisara. If she sees
For
it,
her
and
purely practical point of view, she needs to go back to h8, I think.
she
Yes,
does so immediately.
I don't know what objectively is better, but now.
Wow, this is dramatic, as dramatic as it goes. And I don't think
It seems like Nana is hesitating.
Yeah, I don't think Nana sees the win.
No, probably not.
And this what used to happen to me a lot, because when you get down to your 1.5 minute, your attention is 70% is to the clock, not to lose, and you don't really calculate the lines too well anymore. And
Okay, king h4 is still possible to play. She is not risking much.
Exactly,
anyway, yeah?
because you don't risk much, you should play. But again, if you don't see what to do after queen takes a4, why would you do that?
No, I mean she's hesitating to avoid perpetual.
You think
That's I'm pretty sure. Maybe she doesn't see the winning, but she's thinking about
she has
something
40
like
minutes on the clock.
Maybe something
40
else.
seconds.
Maybe knight f7. I don't know what can she be thinking about, but
Knight f7 is played.
F7.
Well, maybe she goes to this knight h6 line. But Pavel, this, as you said, this is a perpetual. If she take on the f5,
queen e1
queen
check, yes.
e1 is, and I'm sure Bibisara will find it. Wow, if she escapes. King g8.
King h6. Oh, knight h6.
Knight h6. So she repeated twice, yes?
And here probably she has no choice anymore, yeah?
Yeah, it looks like she must go for it already. So she basically...
What can she do? What can she do?
Queen e8 is nothing.
No, they're just losing.
You're just losing, yes. Unbelievable. And it's very easy. In this position, it's very easy to lose with white. If you overpush, if you make some,
of course,
some move like that, and then all of a sudden, oh my God, what have I done? But it's too late. And she has
the horrible miss for Nana.
Unbelievable.
I mean, she was winning in one move, I think. Okay, let's go back to that position. Queen e7, maybe we're missing something, but it seemed to be completely winning after. They're just winning on the spot.
Where?
Queen f7 and 7, queen
the
f6.
one, yes.
After G4 take, and queen e7 seems to be just finishing
very
game.
Convenient win, yes.
But maybe still something like G5 is
no, G5 is just
maybe, but okay, this is lost. Okay, let's take and then
king
G3 for instance.
And mate in one threatened. So.
Yeah, that is completely lost. And what else? Otherwise, what else? Because knight f7, knight g5
is the first mate, and it's in a simple mate actually. And
okay.
26 seconds. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, and I think we think that the win is already gone.
Yeah,
right?
Probably it's already gone.
Wow. Is king h4? King h4 now is
just dangerous because
just
queen takes
6 seconds on the clock. She
Oh,
goes
yeah,
to.
no.
Oh no! Wow.
What is this?
But this is just...
Oh,
Oh, this is just losing. Is it? Because you pretty much have to exchange
no,
now.
maybe not. Maybe knight takes h5 is still king
Oh, king
takes
take
h5
h5.
is still possible. Maybe.
Well, is it?
No, I'm
Bishop
not sure.
g6,
King takes.
king takes, queen f5.
That's okay. Maybe still. Ah,
But no, there I lose, so I have to take on f7
why you lose? By the way.
after here. I thought that no, I was going to go
Yes.
here, and here I cannot take.
You cannot take. Yeah.
So wow. But this is
This is crazy. Just crazy. In the last
Oh.
seconds.
and she
Decides to play.
3 seconds to go, and with 3 seconds left on the clock, she has made a move that might lose her the game. I have goosebumps, really. This is unbelievable. So we expect to see queen takes h4. What do you do as white?
Maybe, by the way, bishop g6 is only move, yeah?
Oh, really?
Because queen h2, okay,
Queen h2, king
g5,
g5.
queen d2, king f6. And white
Wow,
is,
and if we go here, then
Okay,
knight
knight
e5, and
white,
this is an
white
amazing
is win.
position, an amazing game.
yeah.
Oh, wow, beautiful.
So bishop g6 is the only
Bishop
move.
g6 is the only, and maybe Nana is really going for this king h5, but it looks forced afterwards, right? And check.
No, but what about queen takes f7?
Right. Ah, sorry. Queen f7 here. Right.
Okay, this is draw, yeah. Queen g5 and
Queen g5 and
repetition
queen d8.
repetition.
Yes. This is.
Well, Nana can still play probably taking the pawn on g4. Just
I
queen
don't-
takes g4.
You think she will want to do that?
I don't know. I don't know. Who knows?
Wow,
Who knows?
after-
No, okay, why not?
Why not? Yeah. Here you're out of danger, basically. But maybe
Queen takes f4.
Bibisara took on f4. Maybe there is king f. Ah, no. This is losing. Yeah, this is losing.
King takes h5.
King h5 on the board. Let's go back to.
And bishop g6 seems to be the only move, yeah?
Yes, but it's also a move that you either find it or you
Yeah, or
resign. Although you can start checking, but then you have this surprise waiting for him. But Pavel, I wanted to ask you, if I here, instead of taking on f7, I first go
Okay.
here.
king g5.
But now I cannot take.
No, now you cannot take. You can check on
this
g7,
is-
but the same.
This is losing. So this is all forced, right? So white still has the option to either go for a
So
perpetual.
our spectators should be happy.
Absolutely. Wow. What
This
a game.
game will be endless.
Yeah, and this looks like it has all the potential to keep us until the late evening. But hey, this was one of the more exciting games up until now in the tournament due to this slight misstep by Nana. But I'm extremely impressed by her posture. I mean, she
Yeah, she didn't find the right way, but I mean, she
She's-
shows us her incredible fighting spirit.
yeah, and she transmits business as usual. So this is unbelievable.
And Bibi Sara has a lot to think about. She has
Let's
much more
explain to our spectators that the dead post threat is knight h6, yes, followed by
Right. Okay. Let's say if black is playing, the
Yeah.
threat is check, go here, check, and no more checks. This is checkmate. So black does not have a lot of things to do except for checks.
yeah.
And the two possible checks are this and this. Queen h2 loses to king g5, queen d2, king f6, and on either check on c3 or b2. b2 is more accurate because you want to keep the queen with more options, but this time it doesn't help because there is no protection from queen g7. And it's like in a study. All
Mhm.
the pieces that black has
Badly placed,
are
yeah.
badly placed, interfere, because without the pawn on g2, black would be able to defend, and without the bishop on f5, black would have a check. But such is life, and black does not have all that. So yeah, so queen h2 is losing, so bishop c6, bishop g6, sorry, is the only move. But would you say it's still winning?
Okay, white has decent chances, yeah,
right?
objectively.
Decent chances. And how important is the clock factor here?
Well, it is, of course, it is important. Okay, bishop g6
Six
is
is played, king g6 immediately, and now they will make a lot of moves quite fast. So Nana will have time.
Nana will have a lot of fun now.
But yeah, the conversion begins again from almost from scratch.
Yeah.
So actually, I wanted to ask you:
Mhm.
is this so clear? Let's
The
say I
pawn
take
endgame, you
immediately
mean?
the pawn endgame.
Oh, maybe it's holdable, but who wants to play this endgame? But maybe
Yeah,
not. Maybe not really. Okay.
not really holdable.
Nana
Yes.
capture the knight. Queen g5.
Queen g5.
is Late, of course.
King f8. The only move. King
Mhm.
h8 is, as I have demonstrated, losing. You can count on me to demonstrate all the losing variations.
Hey, by the way, is it possible to play queen d8 and capture on a5?
Yeah, I was
So
thinking.
there is no
about it.
checks.
So
There are no
the
checks.
point
There are no
is-
checks.
But you know, being lone time, you might want to get
Yeah,
rid
of course,
of this
of
pawn.
course.
So
Yes,
that's
yes, yes,
what I
yes.
was thinking.
But
But this
objectively,
is
maybe this
interesting.
is the best move because you threat queen b4.
To win like this. And if I go here,
Okay, then I don't know. Okay, let's go back to e5. Let's say to escape from all checks. Queen h4, king g6. Okay, I don't want to get this position. Of course, I'm not willing to get, and then pawn can advance even.
yeah.
And then- okay, maybe queen takes e6 now. Okay, but it's too complicated.
Now I have to get rid of this pawn, and then queen
Mm.
h6 will be.
Yeah. Okay, but it's too complicated.
Uh,
It's too
yeah, and I
complicated.
think being lone time might be not in her best interest. And actually, she's considering it.
She is.
Another move that you might have is queen c5, but then queen e7 is always a move, yeah?
Well, to be honest, I would not think too much here. I would capture on g4.
Yeah, just to make sure you're not losing. Yeah,
You should
after
not
all
lose
those,
after all. Mhm.
and actually, you know, it seems like she has a lot of time, but she she doesn't. She only has 2 minutes. Less than 2 minutes. 1.5, 1:24 on the live feed. So what is our plan? Both is. Why?
Okay,
She
check.
did go.
Check.
Oh, okay, but this
Oh,
is.
she will repeat one time now.
But she can no longer capture on g4.
No,
can
no,
she?
no, no. She will repeat one time.
So we expect queen f6,
f7,
queen d8, and to take here. Yes. Well, she's making it more fun for us, and we thank her for that.
Incredible, Nana.
This is incredible.
Okay, but to repeat one time is a must in her time situation. It's just a must.
I absolutely adore the calmness with which he's playing. This is. No, she didn't. She took on a5 with 40 seconds to go. Yeah, 1 minute would not. So what basically what Pavel is saying, guys, is that here, had white repeated once, she would have an extra, because of this
Extra
30-second
minute,
increment per move, she would have an extra minute on her clock for her next moves, which is extremely important in such positions, because 1 minute, let's be frank, 1 minute and 10 seconds is not really enough to cover all the options here in this position. How do we defend here with black? If we,
somehow
I have,
yeah.
for some reason, I want to place my queen on e7. I'm not sure why, but I feel it's the right square here for some reason. And what did we look at? Queen e5? Yes.
Queen e5, yes.
Queen e5.
But then black can protect this pawn. So it's getting mess. I mean, okay, queen
h4,
yeah,
right?
queen h4, and
king
maybe I don't know, maybe g3 was too optimistic because of queen takes e6, but maybe it's something else, like
But is it? But is it?
King is7. What's wrong with queen is7? Why? What is your point? Sorry, G3,
My point was
if I
that
take?
if I go here, am I that?
Oh, maybe that's
afraid?
true. Yeah.
Because with the
Oh
pawn
yeah, that's true.
on g3,
That's true.
I'm not really scared of anything.
Queen d7.
Queen d7 is clever.
Is vicious.
Wow, and I don't have.
No checks.
Wow, this is beautiful. I love this move. Yeah, but and I cannot protect my
too many threats.
Threats. Okay, so this might be this might be a way to end. So and you're saying, okay, so you want to protect the pawn.
What?
Maybe Sarah played queen c6.
Queen c6. Oh, what is this?
But this is, it looks like a blunder. Or maybe not.
No,
it looks like a blunder.
It looks like
yes.
a blunder, yeah. Oh.
Wow.
No,
if
it is a blunder. It is a blunder.
It's a very painful one. But maybe she calculated this line that you showed with queen d7, and she said, okay, let's...
It's too far.
Yeah, the point is that here, maybe even if she's trying to do something, we have this intermediate queen f4
at least. Yes.
And this is definitely not something
now
you go...
it's getting lost once again for black.
And it's lost even... it should be even quite easily lost, right? But Nana...
Oh,
that's what I was saying, that you get this feel sometimes that both players are under some impressions and they might both miss. And by the way, It has to be said after 5 hours,
Hours
of
of
such
yeah,
intense
it should be said. Yeah, I agree.
play.
Yeah. Mhm.
You are allowed to make mistakes.
Of course, of
So,
course. And what about G3 now? What about G3?
G3. Are we not dropping the pawn?
I don't know.
Like
Mm-hmm.
check.
King F7.
King F7. Yeah, it looks like we are not. And if the pawn reaches G2,
No,
we'll be
but
more
then
than happy.
yes, then White is in danger, right?
Yeah, all of a sudden it's
No, but maybe she is already
already in danger.
Ah, okay, but look, Queen B4 is still there. Queen B4 is still there.
Queen B4. And you have this check, right?
No, okay, Queen G7. King G7. Maybe I would play Queen E7. I don't know. But my
Sorry,
point was
King-
that after King E8, we have Queen B8,
This is.
and after
this
Queen
is-
F7,
this
we
is
have Queen F4.
And after King F7.
King
we go-
G8, the
we go
same.
here, King
The same
G8. We cannot stay on the 8th rank
No,
because of
so
this.
maybe King G7 is only try.
And the King
But
G7, you say
then
King
once again,
Queen here?
yes, probably. Okay, King goes somewhere. G8.
And then your move.
I don't know, but E5, E5, E5,
E5.
E5.
And it's all suddenly all black. Yeah. So,
I'm not sure that White can improve here. Maybe putting my queen
the
on
queen
F6.
on F6. Yeah, like this. We
No,
can-
no, no, no. This is
Sorry. This is a nice try. If black goes King G8,
No,
this
but-
is a way to win sometimes. So,
yes.
I'm sorry. But it has some problems. This approach.
King G5 is incredible. Yeah.
So this
They
is
both
this holds.
both are extremely exhausted. It seems like.
Understandably so.
Yeah, absolutely.
This game has been all about incredible calculations so far. So, and but if you don't see Queen B4 with the pawn on G4, it's not clear if you see. But
Yeah.
I'm surprised why Bibi Sara is taking so much time on G3.
Oh, but
What are
maybe
they
Queen
seeing?
Queen F3. Queen F3 is a decent option.
But again,
But
given
then-
that you think Queen
then-
B4 is impossible,
Then
yes?
Queen will get Queen will get to F4, but once again, then the D3 pawn is hanging. Yeah, that's so. She needs to think it carefully. Yeah.
She's 9:45, and Nana made her last move with 7 seconds on the clock, and now she has 37 after
really?
the move.
After the
Yes. So she really takes her last second. She really thinks to her last seconds. And maybe she has just spotted that she had Queen B4 instead of King G5.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because wow. So
Okay,
Bibisara
G3
has
is
played
played.
G3, and the pressure is now on Nana.
It seems like okay,
She
Queen B-
found Queen B4, and this is a horrible feeling.
Yes,
Yeah, when you
yes.
spot the move seconds after you have made the mistake, because obviously she has played Queen B4 now, so it means that she saw that King G5
one move earlier
it
and
was,
a huge
winning.
mistake.
And
Yeah.
this is a
Ah.
horrible feeling, I must say. I mean, what I can say, I've been there, done that a lot of times, and yeah.
Okay.
So we expect
Knight G7 is the only move.
King
yeah.
G7
King
is
G7
is
is
the
only
only.
move.
We cannot stay.
By
on
the way,
the
I
eighth,
cannot
right?
see the.
Oh, she played King E8. Oh my God, the drama continues, and Nana sees Queen B8, but Bibisara seems to be very
Yeah,
confident.
it's just forgot about king g7. By the way, I couldn't find the clear-cut way to draw
Yeah.
after.
After
Okay,
king g7?
let's see the position. Yes, what to do?
So we say, wow, queen b8 here,
Okay, king g7. Okay, king g8.
king g8. And
So
now what do
to
you do?
What
Yes?
to do? The only check is queen
Wow.
d8, but then I go king f7. And I
And
run.
here you
And
go
I
here,
run.
yes?
And I run.
Run, Forrest.
Try to catch me.
Oh, wow.
And okay, maybe it's still draw, but things are getting complicated for
Not
for
where
white.
you want to go.
No,
But actually, Bibi Sara, I think she found this. She thinks that this is a decent chances for a draw.
maybe this is a draw. Maybe this is a draw.
Because the A pawn is really the least fortunate pawn to have in the queen's.
And how to protect
Ending.
how to protect it.
And how to protect it is the other question. What?
Oh, okay, maybe Nana doesn't need to protect. Maybe. Okay, queen g7 is still possible.
Queen g7, king c6.
No,
yes.
Nana
sorry.
goes.
She
Queen
goes
is
king
queen is
queen
free.
e3, which does have
Okay, it should be
merits.
a draw now. Yeah.
Do we take?
Yeah, we should take.
We
I
should
think.
take,
We
yes.
should take. Yes.
And after this, we stay close to the pawn.
Mm-hmm.
Here, yes, or even king d8. Maybe?
Well, maybe queen d8, queen d6 anyway will be played. No.
This losses.
king
Just
king
to
g5, for
illustrate that
example. But
king
any
e5
move,
or even this move.
or even
yes.
taken on d7.
I even taken on d7. Yeah. That just shows you how much I
Okay, but
understand.
king c8 and then d4 and still not over. Game
Yeah,
is still not over.
the
But
game is still. Can we keep the pawn or we don't want to keep it?
sorry,
As
a4
black,
pawn, you mean?
is black. Do we want to exchange those pawns?
Yeah, I think yes.
Yes.
I think yes. Because we will lose e6 pawn anyway.
Anyways,
Yeah.
at least let's take what we can. Yes. So this, if you had to bet,
No,
what,
I don't know. Maybe c7. Maybe c7.
what would you bet on? Draw or a win?
No, I think it's close to draw now. Okay, we need to push this king off. How to do it?
we do that?
Maybe
So
king e5. King e5.
Queen c4 doesn't
That's-
work.
that's-
This is immediate draw because black is in time to. Oh, black is even can capture, but doesn't. Even if white could cover the pawn, as long as the king is not is on the side of the pawn, this is a draw. If the king manages to get ahead of the pawn, then depending on the opposition, white wins. So we expect
Queen takes a4.
queen
Definitely.
a4. We think this is the best move here. Now this is a nerve-wracking game for both players.
For both players, yes.
But Nana managed to even after all those troubles,
Okay,
yes. So Bibi Sara
captures.
took on a4 down to the last pieces, and queen takes e6 followed immediately. So now time is less of an issue, I think, because Nana can always make give many checks, right, to improve. So let's say
Queen e7 maybe.
queen e7. I was
Yeah.
thinking about queen e5, d4 maybe. Okay, queen
No,
e7.
I don't want to push d4 too early.
Because you want to have this
option of exchanging
the queens.
Yes.
Let's explain it, okay? Because it's an important concept. So, for instance, let's say if we push d4, then all of a sudden, let's say, just to illustrate, so those endgames are all of a sudden drawn because
Not still winning. Ah, no, no. Okay.
No,
this
because
is draw.
now
Yeah.
this
If
is
it's
draw.
pawn on d3, it would be
because
winning, yeah.
now black is catches the opposition, and had the pawn been on d3, then white would have this pawn to d3, d4, forcing black to move to one of the sides, and white would go white king would go the other side, depending on where the black king goes, and this would be winning. Although whereas in this position this is a draw. So this is why Pavel is saying that he wants to keep the pawn on d3.
Okay, queen e5 is a clever check.
So we say here on king. So
King
we say king
c7,
c7,
queen e5.
queen e5.
And
We go and we ask where do you go?
Yeah, maybe to c8. Maybe to c8.
Keep here and now.
And okay, if white managed to push the black's king from d file, then
Okay,
she
but maybe
can
we
have some
we
chances.
can have it. Yes. So maybe
Okay,
we
king
check.
d7,
King d7. We check again.
king c7.
King c7. Now we can.
Try to bring the king, yeah?
Yes, somehow.
Yeah, king e7.
King e7, you will only have.
Ah, maybe h4. H4,
H4 check is.
That is bad news, yeah. No, no, h4 is possible.
And
okay.
and we go from here. Yes.
Yeah, yeah,
And
yeah. This is already. Okay, king c8.
So maybe the queen probably has to stay on c5, on e5. Yes. Maybe now king e7.
Queen d7.
Ah, queen c5 has been played.
No, black should go to d7, I think. Okay, king e5, then king e5.
e5.
Mm-hmm.
We can try. Hoping for either d4 or queen d4, which, as we said before, this is a draw.
King d7 is played. Yeah.
King d7. So Bibisara is keeping her. And actually, now king d5 is good.
Mm-hmm.
And now we have queen c4, but I don't know.
But okay, Nana went queen d5 anyway.
She went queen d5. Okay.
King will go to c7 once again,
yes.
I think.
This is an incredible battle. Well, maybe we just can make a move and see what black is doing. It's often
She will probably transfer her queen to the king side,
which is
queen
probably the
queen
correct way to
h4.
do so. Yeah. And now king e5.
Okay, that should be
drawn.
draw,
Yes.
of course, but white will try. Yeah.
But again, white can make 25 mistakes and still it will still be a draw unless we drop a queen, and black is not allowed to make one mistake.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's not easy. Although here maybe we can start checking from behind. Yeah, something like that.
Mm-hmm. This is maybe already the perpetual position. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm starting to get the vibes that it is. From here, yeah?
Oh, from G1.
Oh, from G1
we got this
as we
position
went,
already,
yes, as we went. Wow. If Bibisara saves this game, which looks very likely at this point, it will be an amazing escape. And Nana is down to her 42nd. It will be like that until the end of the game, I think, because she accumulates 1-2 minutes by giving some checks, but then she needs to think and find some.
I think she will push d4 now.
Yeah, but d4 has its own problems, right?
Mhm.
So
No.
queen f7
Queen
played,
f7.
which is an attempt.
To provoke king
To provoke king
d6. King
d6,
d6.
yes. So we want to get the king here somehow, yes, and start pushing it.
And this is already lost.
This is lost because now queen
Queen
e5
e5, yes.
wins, because king c6, queen e8.
Okay, queen.
Queen e8, king c8, that looks pretty much correct. Or maybe we want to play king d5
King
here,
e5 maybe, yeah.
having some domination. She played it like this. She transferred the move to Bibisara.
Mm-hmm. But king c7 would just repeat the position if Bibisara doesn't find anything better.
Right. And I want to just again to say that this is not winning because, as we said, black is in time to force white to be on the side of the pawn, and then white cannot make progress. Let's just show it briefly. This is just for the sake. So black will keep the opposition going, and here it will be the last moment where black has to be accurate. Black has to go here, and we force a stalemate. This is a theoretical draw. So d4 is on the board. And now d4, it changes the whole dynamics of those pawn exchanges. Unless we do it here on c6, we are okay with the pawn endgames now. Most of them. Of course, we need to be careful not to play, for instance, queen e8, because this loses to queen e5. So there are many ways which we can lose with. How do we draw? Do we drop the queen backwards?
Yeah, I would probably consider queen a3 now to have queen h3 check, all possible checks. But yeah, so it's preventing king e7.
Preventing king e7.
And king e6, I will have a check from h3, which is also important.
And this is important to have this check. So all we need to do with black is to avoid the unfavored queen exchanges. For instance, this would be losing for us. And normally we do that by attacking from the other side of where the white queen is located, or from behind, or depends. And Bibisara is thinking of queen a6.
Good enough. Good enough, I think.
Yes, I was thinking, what about queen e6 here? How do you go about? And Dana played queen e6. I think maybe now. Oh, now queen a3 already loses because of queen e7. And if queen f1, then we go to e7.
This
and
is
now
a considerable improvement, yes, because knight, black's king will be kicked off d-file. Okay.
Queen a1. This is
yes,
it feels like a
now
decent move, but maybe there are some issues. Queen c4, c5, something like that. Yeah, maybe now we can.
Maybe queen e5 immediately.
King d7.
King d7, yeah. Okay, you're right. Queen c5, queen c4 is played. Queen c4 is played.
Queen c4 is played, but still probably king d7 should be played.
Okay,
and then queen d5
and king e7 is not.
We can stay, yes.
King e6. And king x6. King x6.
It's important that
check. Yes, once again.
we have a check from a6 now,
No, this is there is a check.
and king e7, then check from
yes,
here. Yes.
from h3. Yeah.
And
no, sorry, but then king e8. Queen a4, queen a4. Yeah.
oh,
King d6 is played.
queen d6, which is
King
almost
d6.
it's the same because it will
Yeah,
give check
yeah.
on c5. And here, what you said that after this, what is this? Queen e3? No, queen e3 is losing. Queen a4 is important. Queen a4. Wow, what a struggle, epic struggle there. Now, Nana made her 80th move already. And it doesn't seem that we are going to run out of moves anytime soon. And just to mention that white, they can play for 50 moves between a capture and a pawn move. So the last pawn move was on
d4.
move 76. So we can theoretically still make until move 126 without a draw being claimed. And
King c7.
king c7. So
And
how
how to
does white
improve,
make progress here? This is not immediately clear. We should say that objectively it should be drawn.
It should be draw. Yeah, it should be draw. I'm pretty sure we can
but
check. We can
practically,
the only chance is to push the king out of the d file. Then, by the way, I'm not sure it still should be draw, but it depends. There would be much more winning chances. But for example, if we mentioned, if we manage to put the king on the e file and then check from c5, let's say.
Let's see.
Yeah.
Let's see. Let's, for instance, allow that.
Once again,
Queen f7. They're repeating a bit. So, for instance, if this is the position, then suddenly white has so many more squares to.
Yeah, and this position is already very difficult to defend. I'm not sure if this is still draw. It should be still draw, yeah. It should be still draw, but with central pawn, it's extremely difficult to hold.
Absolutely. So it's far, far, far away from being drawn. For being drawn. And, but I think the trick is not to push the pawn yet, right? You want the pawn d4 is very good in covering some important diagonals.
King e5 is played. So the idea is after queen e1 check,
to go.
Nana will go to d5.
I
think so.
It's scary to put the king on d5.
No, but there are a lot of checks.
Yeah,
queen a5 and so on.
A5 and it might be.
Yeah.
I always feel that.
By the way, maybe this is already forced draw.
With the queen on too far away, you are risking.
Maybe this is just a forced draw. By the way. I think this is
because you cannot exchange the queens because this is an automatic.
Well, the pawn is also hanging, but
but even let's say
this is I'm pretty sure this is already mathematical draw. King d5, but then
d5, king a5, yes,
a5, yes.
And we should expect Bibisara to do that. She paused because she's trying to make her.
Okay.
Okay. So king d5 is only now being played. Wow, this is
what a game!
Unbelievable, really. Queen e5 is on the board. And
while-
now it
while-
feels
while-
like
while has no big
the
choice here.
worst is behind black. So king d6, I think after king d6, queen a6,
Queen a6, yes, queen a6. Oh, queen b4.
or any
Queen
other legal
b4
move.
is
Yes.
also, yes, it's also quite.
But this is,
quite
I think
convenient.
this is even, it's just a perpetual like this
Yeah,
because
yeah,
you
yeah.
can
never go to d5, right?
never go to d5 because of this check.
Queen
But
b4 is
Bibisara
played.
did play queen b4, which is probably the same as what you
Mhm.
said, right? Because king e5 is now queen e1, and we have
And
been there.
the same position. Yes.
Wow, what an although I jinxed them already so many times, I will not conclude the game before it is over. But in any case, this is an amazing game. Will not be too easy for Nana to recover after such yeah.
Oh, she is very experienced player.
Yeah, but I mean, she's experienced, but still it's not easy. I
It's
mean,
not easy, it's not easy.
she
Yeah,
will
yeah.
need that experience to recover from this, because especially when you go back home and you find this win, and well, you are less concerned about this queen d8 c7 idea, but you're more pissed at yourself that you didn't find this queen e7,
Queen e7,
which was
which was
much
very
easier,
very
yeah.
easy, yeah. Very easy. I feel.
And it's a shame after she found, g4, and if she found
Yeah,
all
because
those
g5 after g4 we were
this
pretty
is-
sure that
this
she
is
will
the
conclude this game in
difficult
a couple
ones.
of moves.
But hats off to Bibisara, really. I mean, she found all those, because when you make mistakes, you don't make them on your own. Your opponent helps you make
Of
them.
course, yes.
So if your opponent doesn't help you,
Okay, this is also forced draw, I think. Yeah.
she will go to b4 now with the king, yes, but still I think even queen b2 is a draw, yes. Well, this is a loss. I managed to lose this again, but
No, but then king c5. Okay, but queen a3.
queen a3, but
queen A3.
this is better. This is more precise, I think. Yes,
Oh, the same, yes.
This is
Or
the same.
okay, yeah.
because here we go
Yeah.
from a5. Oh, I think she made the most precise move. She made the queen a1 check,
Forcing
forcing the king back.
white can go back to d3, yes. And this is
Yeah,
basically
bravo for the defense. And yeah, so Bibisara did a lot to help Nana make those mistakes by finding those chances. This queen c8 is not obvious to give up this f7 pawn.
yeah,
and,
but Nana managed to find the
and
right
yes,
move out and
so
g4 and
this is the annoying part, and there we go. Queen takes d4, the rook. The game until the naked kings, and
this is very symbolic for this tournament. Yeah?
absolutely,
The fight is
absolutely fight until
it's,
the
yeah.
very last resource. And we applaud both players. They reached the 90th move. So
applause to all the spectators who stayed with us
yes,
for these 5 hours until the very end.
so
And- Yeah, and for those who did not stay, we applaud as well.
Let's make a short recap of what we had. Of course, we had this game, which is the game against Nana Dzagnidze and Bibisara Assaubayeva.
No doubt, the most dramatic game of the round and maybe
Of
of
the
the
no-
whole tournament.
Of the whole
yeah.
tournament, perhaps, yes. Nana was pressing, had a huge advantage. Tenacious defense by Bibisara. Nana missed one found a fantastic win.
but then missed a relatively simple way to lose,
Yes.
and then a much more difficult way to win the game in time scramble, and the game ended in a draw after 90 moves. It is also our longest game so far. The other games went the other Alexandra Kosteniuk against Dinara Wagner was a very tense, interesting battle, which
And especially the opening battle was
the opening battle was
very
very interesting. Then the
Very
game
unusual, yeah.
exploded for a few moves and collapsed back into a draw, which often happens when players calculate some forced lines and the game ends in a draw. Harika Dronavalli beat Olivia Kiolbasa in a very impressive game. Olivia mixed up a little bit. She didn't. It seems like she mixed up the opening preparation a little bit.
Yes, probably. Well, Harika, I mean, somehow managed to overplay her opponent in the middle game quite convincingly. It was also a very interesting game between two leaders of the whole series, Lagno and Alexandra Goryachkina. Eventful game as well. Alexandra Goryachkina sacrificed an exchange at some point and got enough at least enough got in place, and maybe she could have been even more ambitious. We don't know. Yeah, we didn't check, but she had some more aggressive options. But okay, was finally satisfied with draw income. And
Polina Shuvalova
missed another dramatic game. Yeah.
Yes, another dramatic
Came
game.
up
She
with
missed.
a huge preparation.
There was more than an hour difference on the clock at some point, and a similar difference in the position with a huge advantage for Polina. But she won a pawn, but a little bit. We feel that she could, and we saw probably, unless we missed something, that she could have gotten much more. Gunay Mamadzada against Tanjongi was a relatively calm game. We think that Black had some chances in the middle game. Nothing major, right?
Yeah,
and in the end game, it did look like
Black seemed to be slightly better in the middle game, but well, somehow Gunay managed to equalize quite comfortably.
So again, a very eventful round. Many draws, but as you have seen, draws that lasted one of the draws lasted 90 moves. So we had five draws and one win, and with this round, the winner, the only winner of the round, Harika Dronavalli, joined the winners.
And now we have three
We have
players.
three players leading, and we are in mid tournament, and you see the standings. So we have Katerina Lagno, Tanjongi, and Harika Dronavalli with 3.5 points, followed by Dinara Wagner. A fantastic tournament for her so far. She's one of the lower players in the tournament in the opening, according to the ratings. She has 3 points, joined by Polina Shuvalova, who has and Alexandra Goryachkina. Polina can feel that she could be in the leading group today, but again, we have more than half a tournament ahead of us. And we have a group of Nana Dzagnidze who could join the runner-ups, but she didn't manage to win, as we said. So she has 2.5 points, and she is alone on 2.5 points. And this just goes to show us that there is only one player on 50%, so the tournament is extremely fighting. And on 2 points, we have Alexandra Kosteniuk, one of the tournament favorites pre-tournament. She's still trying to find her rhythm. Gunay Mamadzada and Bella Khotenashvili are on 2 points. 1.5 points is Bibisara Assaubayeva, and Olivia Kiolbasa with half a point.
That's it for today.
That's it. Thank you for being with us for so long. Hopefully you enjoyed it. Pavel, thank you so much for the
Thank you,
instructive
Alik.
interview, from the instructive commentary. And see you tomorrow, same time.
Stay with us.
Thank you.
Bye.